oh, maybe the Earth is flat, and then like that stops showing up in their YouTube feed or whatever, and like similar like controversial things that are like have more equal amounts of ups and down votes are the things that they get fed to them, so they start getting bombarded with Q stuff because that starts popping off. So they just like, again, there's no logical bridge. Like they might be totally polar opposite in terms of like what's going on, but that's what they start supporting now because there's more information about it and more advertising, for lack of a better word, to push them into that. Like that's absolutely what's happening.
Like their YouTube algorithm is giving them now. Oh,
so like yes, on
flat Earth,
on a fundamental level, maybe people who are super deep in this shit and like really digging in and doing whatever is either confirmation biasing themselves or whatever, they might actually see the logical fallacy of being like, I can't jump from flat Earth to Q, or vice versa. That I'm sure there is plenty of people who are falling into that camp, but by and large, the average idiot, no, they're just going to attach to whatever's put in their face.
I don't know. You see, I think that flat Earth is a branch of Christianity.
I would agree that people who are religious would be more prone to believing something like the Earth is flat.
No. I'm actually, when I like say like literal shit like religion is evolved knowledge, and like I literally mean the words that I'm saying, like literally.
I
actually
agree with him
it is
now.
a branch of Christianity. Yeah. Can you explain what I mean, Doc? Maybe.
So if you look at if you look at the average folks, and maybe a better way to put it, so I think that this would be like the evangelicals or what we refer to as shake and bake Christians. These are the folks that they've been disconnected with their community. They've maybe not had a chance to go to church, but they really believe that Trump is just this great thing, and Q is their scripture that they're using now.
I thought we were talking about flat Earth, not Q.
Well, both of them are religions, I guess, but.
Yeah,
okay.
but the thing is while a lot of flat earthers, majority of flat earthers are Christians, I don't know currently anybody that believes in Q that isn't a Christian. Like that's, that.
I mean, yeah.
You
That's
almost
fair.
And so like even
which then actually validates the point
there's a whole bunch of the truther community that's attached to like spiritual bullshit, like that multiple level thing that was memed on a few weeks ago.
But my point is that the guys that see flat Earth as part of their Christianity, right? They're the hardcore flat earthers. Flat Earth is just part of a much larger narrative. It fits in with a lot of other things. They think that moonlight is cold. They think that the pole star is fixed in a specific point and doesn't move. They don't need to believe that. They just do. They virtually all believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, or is relatively not as old as we believe it is. They virtually all don't believe that dinosaurs is real. They've all got very, very common beliefs because it's tied into like a hardcore Christian creationistic ideology, but the fact that the Earth is flat is deeply embedded into that, and it's just completely assumed that all of the world leaders are aware of that, and there's this concerted effort to withhold the truth from everybody. So what I'm saying is that it's impossible to move from that narrative to being in a position where Trump is the savior. And you're right in that there were some surface flat earthers that just sort of picked up on it recently.
I mean that's the majority. That's the majority.
No, I don't know if it is. Okay, yeah, then all we're arguing about is whether or not okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Like if something's on YouTube, that's crossed over from some like corner of the internet to mainstream audience. Like you have to really dig for a lot of stuff, and sure, there are plenty of people who have gone down that and been deep in that pit of believing the Earth is flat and trying to figure out a way to make sense of it. And that's one thing. Like, but by and large, people aren't doing that. People don't have that amount of like attachment to things. Like they see something that like sort of makes sense to them, so they follow it and like they'll even believe it. Like people like there's tons of stats on like like 90+% of everyone who uses the internet for news, like they don't even read articles, they just look at headlines.
Yeah.
That's where they get their news from.
So it's actually funny.
They don't read any content. They just glance at it like, oh, okay, I believe that. Like that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that because the other day my coworker sends me a message and is like, "Oh no, TikTok's gonna be banned starting on Sunday," and I was like, "What country do we live in? They're gonna ban an entire app?" I'm like, "This is ridiculous." I think it's a bad app, but it's just it sounds a little too North Korea to me or China.
I'm 100% supportive of it.
Oh, I'm supportive of it.
I'm fine with
hold
any...
on, let me finish my point though. So I pull up the article, and it says that they're just gonna block the downloads and any updates. Like if you have it, you have it. You can use it until they start doing updates, and no one else can download it if you don't already have it. Like download it in your, in your Google Play Store or in your Apple Store or whatever. So I messaged her that, and I was like, you can still use TikTok, like at least for a while.
Well, that's like, assuming they even allow. I would imagine TikTok won't even bother like putting money into it if they're not like harvesting info.
Well,
like,
yeah,
if they're putting a stopgap on patching it, then that means Apple can keep up with like making sure that info isn't leaking from it.
But she'll still be able to use it for a while, to look at stuff. And I was,
maybe
and
like
then she
maybe
goes,
a month.
yeah, but she goes, "Oh, I just read the headline," and I'm like, that's the point there. You read the headlines and you're like, oh, this is the information. This is everything I need to know in one sentence, in 5 words. And it's like, those are the kind of people that believe the shit that,
That's the Twitter effect. I mean, that's where we are now.
Like the CDC says you don't have to wear masks. CDC has changed their guidelines. They've been lying to us this whole fucking time, and it's like, well, why don't you read it first before you make that assumption? You just read a headline. So that's really what frustrates me about people like that.
Well, I saw some random video earlier where some Trump supporter was like, socialism is the PC word for communism. That's like,
thanks for the ice cream. You can jump into the chat if you want. We're on Discord. Sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
It's fine. It's nothing. It's just like I don't have faith in anyone anymore. It is what it is. I don't have a reason to care because I can't control it. And I'll just watch it burn. Whatever. You can believe the Earth is flat. It's fine. It's fine.
I find it funny that people are throwing around terms like fascism, communism, Antifa, which is anti-fascism, obviously, but like all of these things, these terms, communism, socialism, I can't even think of any other off the top of my head that like they don't even know what these terms mean. They've just heard people say them, so they just regurgitate them because they're like, oh, this is what people are supposed to think. I'm gonna think this. I'm gonna repeat this information. And I think that's like, I mean, that really is like whatever you called that, Matt, the Twitter, whatever you just called it.
Yeah, I mean, social media, like Facebook, Twitter, even just the way news has been presented as the internet's evolved and like corporations have gotten their greasy little fucking fingers on it over the past, decade or two. Like, that's just how people take information in because it's fast and the race to the bottom is just being more hyperbolic than the other person. So you force radicalism in every single ideal set that everyone can have, and that's how you keep attachment levels up. You keep people coming back to Twitter to argue or re-solidify their bias. Like, that's the world we live in, and there's no way to fix it. We're on that path, and it'll either break. Yeah, it'll break. It'll break at some point.
Well, I think I think it's already broken. I think right now we're just seeing the remnants of the last few people. Like, and I give an example. Like, look how many people your age, my age, how many how many Xers and how many millennials have just left Facebook and left most social media. And
that's really, I'm glad that there's been a huge exodus from Facebook. That gives me some glimmer of hope. But I mean, Twitter is still just thriving. Like,
I mean,
Tw-
yeah, Matt
Twitter-
left Facebook.
Twitter's not thriving in probably the way you think it is anymore. Twitter, the usage of Twitter and the amount, because I've been using Twitter since the beginning, and Twitter had its heyday, and then it kind of just it went downhill, and right now Twitter is mostly just full of two echo chambers.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Or whatever. Well, there's infinite echo chambers. It's whatever you want. There's someone that will yell that point and the exact opposite of that point,
yeah.
no matter what. So.
No, they
But-
won't. Sorry, I thought it was fine. I said no, they won't.
Yeah.
But I think we've already reached that. I think we've already reached the breaking point. I think it's. I think we're coming out of it. I think right now we're just having to deal with. Right now we're just having to deal with the boomers catching up. Because
I think what we're really waiting for is the boomers to die. That's like really what we're waiting for. Because they're too fucking stubborn to.
Here's the thing, like, as much as we can rag on the boomers, if they die at the wrong time, it will be absolutely horrible for this country. Won't be able to survive it, or maybe not survive it. What'll happen is the elite rich will own everything, and everybody else will own nothing.
Well, that's kind of, yeah. I mean, that's what we're heading towards right now.
Because you have so many of the millennials, and I can't believe how many folks a little bit younger than you guys that I talk to that are just like, yeah, I don't ever plan on owning a house, or I don't really want to own a car.
Yeah.
I don't mind leasing, and you're renting your life then. Like
The issue is the ownership of things being like a huge part of the American way. Like capitalism is really just not. It's not going to work forever unless we do something. Like there needs to be a massive band-aid to it, otherwise it's going to break, and we're going to have a bad time.
Well, we need to
We've
return
been progressively applying a series of band-aids to capitalism the whole time that we've been using it for like the last 200, 300 years. We just need to do it a bit more.
Yeah, they haven't been doing it enough, and like the next big band-aid is UBI, which is like, I don't know how I feel about it.
As long as we don't ever give anybody free money, I don't mind what we do. We
We
give
have
people
to get-
free
we have to
stuff.
get
If
to
we
a
give
point-
people free
we
money,
have to
then
get to a
it
point-
will not work.
No,
have to
Mock,
get to a point
that
where
was just
people-
Ron. You're welcome to come into this chat. That was just Ron that was annoyed the other night, so you're welcome to jump into this one. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
We have to get to a point where we need to break the average person's mentality that you have to fit some sort of cog in a machine. Like, no matter how minuscule and like waste of life your pursuit is, as long as you have a job, you're making money, you're doing something, like no one needs to be working at some point we're not going to need fast food employees. We're not going to need truck drivers. Right? Those are jobs that people don't need to be doing anyways. They're not like engaging. A human doesn't need to cart freight from one side of the country to the other for a living. If we have, ways to have that not be something we need to do. Like, and that's what we should be working towards. Like, people should be doing other things.
Well, hold
people
on.
should be learning how to like take care of
What if
themselves.
What if someone just enjoys that type of logistics?
I mean,
Like, no,
it's a line to walk, sure, and like there could be a place, but let's put it in like proportion wise. How many people actually want to be doing that?
No, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying if someone says, you know what, I would really like to be the person that drives from point A to point B and unload and do all the checks, and those type of things, we should be great. Then you can keep doing this. But the bulk of the other people that hate this job, there's something better we can do with them. That's where I agree with you.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm getting at. Like, yeah, there are people. Like, I'm sure that there will be a place for like I'm gonna assume 1 to 5% of all truck drivers that want to just drive a truck. Like, they can probably figure out a way to be like in manned vehicles on like automated highways or something. Like, I don't know. Or like, tend to that sort of stuff. I'm sure that there will be a place, but like that's almost like talking about any other extreme minority of the populace. Like, sure, there's gonna be people who want to do that, but it's not what most people are going to drive truck for 12 hours a day, barely get any sleep, to
Because
make
it pays
anything,
really well.
to make money.
It pays
like,
really well though to be a truck driver. but it's dangerous.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just not.
Yeah.
It's gotta stop.
But-
It's a
but
waste
it-
of
but it
life.
pays-
It's not life.
Matt's grandfather was a truck driver.
No, but it can pay really well to be a chef. But it's also but that's
So
that's
being
also,
a chef's different. There's a level of artistry there. There's a level of expression you can have as a chef. But how many people are chefs at, like, you know, you could be a chef at Applebee's. You're not exactly like expressing yourself.
You're
Like,
microwaving food.
You're throwing shit in a
but
bag.
no,
into
see,
a
you're a
microwave.
cook. You're a cook at Applebee's. You're not a chef at Applebee's.
But they might have a culinary degree. and
Potato,
actually be a
potato in
chef.
a way. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty. of chefs
No,
who
it's
do
no.
that
See,
stuff.
that's the difference between being a someone that's a truck driver that's a logistics specialist and someone that's a truck driver that's operating the truck. If someone's a logistics specialist, they might be the person that wants to problem solve to, like, make sure that the AI is running properly, make sure that the stuff's delivering properly. You know, there will still need to be those kind of positions, and those will be specialized.
That's even like a higher level job that that's a more engaging job than even stuff I'm talking about too, though. That was just like my first example. Like,
Okay.
like people who are like, you know, designing like fucking like a new McDonald's logo, like, you know, like commercial, like advertising stuff. Like, I'm sure there are people who are passionate about that, but most aren't. You know, some company is like giving you some money to do something that's sort of in line with you, but I would assume that most people like that would rather be like, I don't know, just painting or like doing something that is actually creative and like of their own volition and like something that sets like expresses themselves.
Well, I think our first problem is, and I will put myself into this, so I'm not just saying the words, but I think that it's not us, me and you, Matt, and anybody else in this room, to tell somebody else what they should and shouldn't do. If someone wants to have, like I was having a conversation, I think it was with Mark a couple days ago, where I was talking about, you know, I worked retail for so many years, and part of the thing I liked about retail is it was mindless. Like, I liked a little bit of social interaction, but I also liked that it didn't require, you know, a lot from me.
And that's
And
what
I
I'm getting
enjoy
at,
that
is
aspect
is
of it,
that
though.
people can be like that. Like, if you just lift up the bottom of the pyramid of society to the point where, like, it's not necessarily giving them free money, but it's like making sure that you don't have to worry about things. Like, you don't have to like worry about dealing drugs so that your kids can eat. You don't have to worry about working your shitty 50-hour, 60-hour work week at McDonald's so your kids can eat. Like, you can not worry about that. You can, like, your kids will eat, you'll be fine. What are you gonna do? You know? And there will be a large part of the people, for at least in the growing pain period, that will sit on their ass and not do anything because they've been busting their ass doing dumb shit their whole life. But over time, you will find that people are lost and want to do something, and they will pursue things that are like interesting to them. That will happen. I am fully convinced that will happen.
Do you think there'll be enough people to plough the fields and make the tins of beans in the meantime?
I think there will be. Well, again, like, there will be that's something that those are active problems that need to be constantly taken care of. Like, even if you don't want to do anything, I feel like there would be a big push for people to just be like self-sustaining because they don't have anything else to do. Like, you will actually see a larger percentage of the populace like want to like tend a garden at the bare minimum, you know, make some crops for themselves. You know, I mean,
The optimistic view that Gene Roddenberry has is that people will, you know, altruism will be the thing that motivates people.
yes, I and again, I think that's cultivated by. It's not cultivated in capitalism. That's sure is fucking not true. I do believe that, but there will be a long growing period to get to that point, and there will be plenty of pundits speaking one way or another because they can't hoard their riches as much anymore. Like, you know, wealth doesn't matter as much to everyone anymore. Like,
But I think the point that
You
Matt's
should
trying
just be able
say-
to. You should just be able to just join the live room now. Sorry.
I think what Matt's trying to say though is that, like, if somebody just like really enjoys just like working a retail job, stocking shelves, like they want that mindless job, they should be able to do that job and still not have to worry about like, putting food on the table. Like, you know, they don't need to make, you know, a doctor's wage or anything like that someone that has like a really high skill set and went to college and has an education, but like if that's what they want to do, it should still be sustainable for them to do that. Like, my job that I do currently, I use my brain a lot, but it's pretty mindless. I have very little interaction with people, and I freaking love it. Thankfully, it's enough to sustain. I mean, I make pretty decent money for what I do, but not every job is like that.
The cycle that poor people are in America is ridiculous. It's not there's an untapped well, because like there is from being an education for as long as I have, like I've seen plenty of kids who have obviously come from shit, and I know have probably several of them served jail time, but you see that glimmer of intellect and you just wonder like what would have been like if they they didn't. That's not the culture they grew up in, where it's like you sell, that's what you do. You hit like 14 years old and you start pushing weed, or you start pushing coke, or you understand that like if you have a kid when you're 14 years old, you're going to be very burdened. There's just a lot of problems, and bright people who are just brought up in that shit because there's no other choice. Like that's the culture they were born into. That's all they saw. And again, they took the initiative to get to college at some point, some level of education. But how many people aren't doing that? How many of those people am I not seeing? Everyone, I feel it should have a basic right to all that shit. Like no one should have to worry about these like day-to-day necessities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Food,
So what? Okay.
water, shelter.
No. Okay. So.
Internet, electricity, like all of it.
No, you should have to worry about it. It just shouldn't be hard to achieve. Because if you and I agree, there are poverty areas where it doesn't matter how hard these people try, they can't get access to it. That's wrong.
But the economic mobility here is terrible. It is really hard to lift yourself from poverty to middle class, if we even have a middle class, if you want to call it that.
But I do think that you do need a little bit of responsibility. You do need to take a couple positive steps so you can achieve it yourself. Not just hand it to you.
I think all of this shit starts from pushing real, having actual education that's like worth a shit and has merit and is effective, and everyone has access to that, and not just like, oh well, my parents they got enough money to like move to a nice house in the suburbs and this school district's better. Like that's stupid. That makes no sense. And even though school districts are bullshit, because it's all like the college education's a nightmare. Like,
but making good money is far from dependent on going to college. There's no part of the country that there aren't electricians, plumbers, drywallers, tradesmen, and any one of those people that start off in as apprentice can easily make $50,000+ a year when they hone their skill. And not a one of them's required to go to college.
But you have to have that path.
You have to work.
Laid before you. It's not about work. It's about having the path.
It is about work. It's not about motivation to get your ass up and want to do something. The problem is too many people are lazy and entitled and want to just suck off the system.
I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that's the problem at all. I think that's just what's put in front of them. Daisy, stop.
So clarify, Matt. You're saying that the reason that they're sucking off the system, as Sean put it,
is because it's there.
There are people. Okay, so like people sucking.
It's easy, not because they want to, but because it's the easiest path.
People, quote unquote, sucking off the system constitute a very small amount of people, and those people who are doing that, right? It's because of those systems are so broken that like they have the poverty level set so low that it's better if you're like in like this gray area between $12,000 and like $40,000 a year a person. You're fucking working your ass off literally to no end. And if you just dip below 12 grand, you're not going to have much, but you will relatively be taken care of, and you can be totally fucking lazy because they don't incentivize you.
12 grand is $6 an hour on a full-time job. 40 grand is $20 an hour on a full-time job.
$12,000 is the poverty line.
Yes, which is
insanely low.
$6 an hour for a full-time job, which is impossible.
No,
because I think minimum wage is $7.25 an hour or something.
12 grand is worth 40 hours.
Making 12 grand, you're not working.
Yeah. So you understand that 12 grand is an insane poverty line?
Yes, it absolutely is.
You understand it's way too fucking low? Yeah, that's the
Yes,
problem.
but what are we gonna do if somebody chooses to be a lazy ass? We're just gonna continue to support them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is if you have enough people,
that's socialism.
yeah, socialism is a good idea. That's
No,
the
it's
thing.
not.
Yes, it
No,
absolutely
it's
is, because
not.
capitalism's fucking
Have
broken.
you ever been to a socialist country?
Yeah, the middle ground is you give them free food, free accommodation, and nothing else. And if they want
Well,
anything
welcome
else,
to
they got
Cuba.
and if
Welcome to
you want
fucking
anything
Cuba.
else, they got to work for it. That isn't Cuba, because people will want to work for better stuff. Like just if
But
you've just got free,
they don't. But they don't. I've been there. I've seen it. All my in-laws live there.
no, because what they've got in Cuba is more than what I'd give them. I'd literally, you just don't die.
This
You're not
country
going.
is so-
You're
this
not going to
country
die
is-
because your basic needs aren't met.
We're
But
not
other
talking.
than that, you
We're
don't get
talking
nothing.
about. We're talking about the United States. We're talking about the United States, which is not Venezuela.
The
It's not
land of
Cuba.
opportunity. The
Yeah,
land of opportunity.
it's not. It's fucking not.
It really is.
If
you
is
want to do
relative.
something, you
It
can
is
pursue
relative
it.
to some things. It's relative in certain ways, yeah. But like other countries like us that are like relatively strong GDP wise, at least like they don't have our military dick, right? But like Canada, the fjords, plenty of. I mean, even the UK to a degree with the NHS, like they have nationwide socialist programs that the populace really likes, and
We've got a lot of people that take the piss out of the system, though.
sure you do. You're always gonna have people who take the piss, but by and large, what I get out of the UK is that they love the NHS.
Okay, well, so the truth is, Matt, while that's true, the only way an NHS can work here in the United States is if we function the United States the way it's supposed to function, and not as a unified country, but as 50 individual states.
I'm
where-
fine for totally gutting the federal government as well.
And-
Whatever
and-
it takes to change what we have.
And then each of those states gets to choose, how they want to run things.
The number one problem we have are the wealthy who are just taking the piss, literally. Like they're taking all of this profit, billionaires, shoveling it into tax havens, and not paying their fair fucking share.
There
And
is
then
there is no fair share. Taxation is theft. All taxation is
So
theft.
then we have to gut these systems, and I wouldn't say that. No, taxation is not theft because of how our country is.
No,
We have too many
taxation.
poor people.
No, we know taxation is theft after our government was able to give $3.5 trillion because of COVID, that they gave it to large corporations and
Yeah,
to the
which is
average
bullshit.
folks.
Yes.
So-
yes, that's
so-
total bullshit.
So
Yes.
there's no so if we can make money out of nothing over a disaster, then we should never have to pay taxes on anything except for maybe local taxes for local projects. There should be no federal tax money.
I think there should be a severe ceiling on being insanely rich. That should be paid forward in some way.
we don't.
Yeah, you do that by just the government actually taking control of the creation of money, rather than having a cartel of private bankers do that, and then you just have the government create money out of thin air when it wants to. That way,
That's one facet of it, though. Yeah.
you just generate inflation that then effectively taxes the super rich, because very, very rich people lose more of their money than very, very poor people.
At what point does the amount of money you have stop mattering? I would argue it's somewhere around, let's say, millions of dollars a year, $2 million, $3 million a year.
No,
As an individual, if you're raking that in, it doesn't matter anymore. You've won life. You don't have to worry about making money anymore. You're doing fine.
See, the problem is that you can't give money. You can't let an arbitrary number be the ceiling, because you go back 50 years.
Why?
And when candy was only 2 cents, then someone that was a multimillionaire, they would be like, a multi-billionaire today, just because we have different numbers and different circles. So what happens if inflation? What happens if inflation keeps going up? No, it will affect me.
It's not in a vacuum. It's not in a vacuum. Obviously, these are things that would have to be really slaved over and understand what is acceptable. It's not like we're gonna set a number and that's what we do. By the way, that's what happens. Minimum wage hasn't fucking shifted at all for a long time. Like, they don't give a fuck about what minimum wage is.
Well,
As long as we're able to, we're not cracking down. I guess I'm getting at everyone who is under six figures in this country should be fighting for more socialist ideas, because it's fucked. It's absolutely unbalanced fucked.
You
don't-
give everybody 6 figures a year. Gas is going to cost $100 a gallon.
No,
Bread's
I'm
going
not
to
saying
be
give that. I'm not saying give
$50 a loaf.
And again, what does that
And it's
matter?
all going to go up
relative.
proportionally.
But like, that's okay. So that has still been happening throughout our lifetimes, except our parents. To our parents, it's much different. Much different. That rate at which that was changing, much different. And on top of their earning potential, you could go and do the, like, we're still holding on to like remnants of that system where you could just go work a fair job and get a fair wage, and raise a family of four on one maybe two family members' incomes. You have 2 cars, a house, and 2 kids, and
But you know what? You know what our
Can't do
parents
that
didn't
anymore.
have that. You know what our parents didn't have that we have? Gender
Student debt?
studies degrees and liberal arts degrees that cost
Yeah,
you
they did. They absolutely
hundreds of
did.
thousands of dollars and get you nowhere in life.
Exactly. And why does the education cost so much? Because of fucking inflation. Because they're all ran like a fucking business.
No, it's these people that go out for these degrees that are absolutely worthless.
well,
People
no,
were
hold
going. The best teacher I ever had a liberal arts degree.
no.
Like,
So
my favorite math teacher had he just fell into teaching math. He happened to be a really good math teacher, but he had a liberal arts
No.
degree from like the 70s.
No, let's
60s or
let's
70s.
address the address isn't the liberal arts degree. The liberal arts degree, the feminist studies, those should be allowed in school. But the only way you should be able to get federal funding to go to college is for in every year we would redo an analysis, and you can only get a degree in a field that has a need. That's where you get federal funding. If you want to pay for the degree yourself and not go in debt, that's fine. But the only way you get federal funding, if you want to talk about socialist here, let's talk about socialist. The only way you're going to get money is if that degree is required, if that's something that the government needs. If it doesn't need it that particular year, then you can't get federal funding for it. You pay for it out of
That
your own
sounds
pocket.
like social. That sounds like
That
communism.
sounds like
almost.
communism to me.
Yeah.
You gotta you fill this role. Fill this role. Anyone should be able to pursue what they want.
Okay, but then the government shouldn't pay for it. I don't want to pay for somebody getting a degree in social arts.
You're not. They are.
The problem.
No,
one's
it-
paying- they're going. You're not
No,
paying
no.
for
If
shit.
if federal funding, if federal money's being used, and the government steals my money for taxes,
They're not
then
stealing. They're not stealing anything. What are they stealing?
then where's the money
You're
coming
paying-
from, Matt?
You're paying. Okay. So they're taking out of the imaginary pool. You guys like to bitch about all the time with the reserve and banking. You know, they're giving you a loan. It's a lower interest round. That you get Stafford loans or whatever. That's by and large what the average person's getting. You can get grant money if you're fully emancipated from your parents after 24, or if you actually file for emancipation. But most people who are 18 obviously don't fucking idea what the fuck that is. But like Pell Grants, and again, all of this is what.
The Pell Grants limit is like $3,500 total. It's not like it's a lot of money. That gets
It's
you like
per
a class.
semester. Anymore, I don't know what it's sitting at.
It's $3,500
But
per
the
year.
government
That
should
it-
not per
the
semester.
government
That it
should,
hasn't been adjusted for inflation.
The
which is
government-
another thing.
the government shouldn't be in the business of giving loans. Then, if you're going to talk about your world, then school should just be free.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be. It shouldn't be a
just be-
business.
It should just be
be
free.
it should be something that's available for anyone
and
to go to.
and teachers should be volunteering all of their services.
No, that's not true.
Well, then how are we paying these teachers?
What do you mean how we're paying the teachers?
School's free,
The-
so
the
how are we paying
government-
teachers?
The government would be paying the teachers. We don't have an administration. We got the pyramid out of the schools. That will save a lot
Where's
of
the
money
government getting the money from?
from tax. What's the problem?
Stealing our money.
It's not stealing your
I
money
don't-
if you're keeping
I don't
people
want.
educated.
I don't want my money stolen for a bullshit degree that's gonna.
Your money is getting
do
stolen to
nothing.
pay for a fucking battleship. Like, What does it? What is? Would you rather have the
I don't care
battleship or
for
have
that
like
either.
have another million people get a fucking
That's
college
not the
degree?
issue, though. That's a different issue.
Okay,
think
so
it's the
so let's roll this back. Okay, so college is free, and we're getting rid of the administration, and so the only thing the government's paying for is to the maintenance of the buildings and the teachers.
Teacher salaries should be subsidized. Like they should be like there should be an
Well-
actual like federal amount, and it should be well paid. And we should also be paying for teachers to be getting like we should be doing exactly what Finland does with
So-
education.
So
Exactly
teachers are just we're gonna set up just the same as we do with politicians. They get the same type of they get a particular
You get a bachelor's
salary.
degree. You get a
You get-
bachelor's degree in a specific field, and then you get a master's degree in whatever we want to call the College of Education. And then you're a teacher. You're an actual teacher who has a full regimen and knowledge to be able to teach people.
And do wait and hold on and do you have does such thing as tenure exist?
No.
Okay, so if you're horrible at it, you just lose your job.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It's also a lot easier to manage a country with a population of 5.5 million people than 330 million people.
Well,
there
again,
will be growing pains. And there's going to have to be a change one way or another. What's that change going to be? Are we going to keep going down this slippery slope of bullshit until we go into a civil war? Or are we going to actually start taking care of our own and fix things to a degree?
The
Slide
thing
back.
is that I'm not sure we really are sliding down the slippery slope that you're talking about, right? I agree that like relative to like the super rich, the gap between the super rich has got wider relative to the poor, but the
Mhm.
poor are still a lot richer today than they've ever been, and are still getting progressively richer and richer. So it's like it's not actually
it's
getting
nothing
worse
right.
for the poor relative to how
It
they
is, though.
used to be. It's just
It is, though,
getting worse
because,
for it's just getting worse for the poor relative to the rich.
It's all about time value of money. If we were just talking about inflation and all that shit. It's not changing at the same rate as it is for the rich. The
No, no,
rich are
no,
at
the rich are getting richer faster than the poor are getting richer, but
Yep.
the poor are still getting richer.
But
but that's a linear. It's like linear versus exponential. Like who cares? Like that, it's irrelevant. That's obviously happening.
Okay.
It's just how money works. That's
Okay,
how
so-
economies work.
but the great thing is the rich being rich, they pay for the innovation, they pay for the crazy shit, the troubleshooting, and then it gets to the point where that object becomes affordable for everyone.
So you want to penalize the guy that works probably 20 plus hours a day, bust his ass, creating business, and give it all to the people that
I
want to
penalize. Yeah, and once you hit your whatever we decide upon as being you have one life amount of money and you would just sustain for the rest of your life.
And
Yes,
then you know what
absolutely.
happens? Then those people leave the country, and then you get zero from them.
Where are they gonna go?
There's
What-
plenty of places they can go with that much money and not give a fuck.
Okay, and at that point, what does it matter? If we have this like flat infrastructure
Because all those-
across the board,
You also have to realize all those rich people, you say they're in these tax havens, but all those rich people employ all those people. Every single one of those people are paying payroll taxes, and all
You're-
that goes
and
into the
no,
system.
you're tied
Maybe
into
they
this
don't-
like
maybe
no,
they
you're
don't pay
tied
personal
into this
tax,
like
but
no,
their
all of that
businesses
will
pay
change.
shit
All of
tons
that
of
needs to
tax.
change.
Guys,
All of
one,
it needs to
one at a
change.
time. Yeah, we're starting to interrupt each other a bit, like just generally too much.
Because all of
Everybody
that
just
shit-
everybody just back off and just let everybody finish speaking. a
All
little
of
bit more,
that
yeah?
shit has got to go. It's obviously not working. It's got to go. Like
So the-
all of that shit. Like people shouldn't be pissing so much of their money away. Like okay, so like when you get taxed, when I get taxed, right? It's like 25% of my pay, right?
18.
That no, absolutely not. Total, no. It's
For
20-25% almost every time, and you know that like let's say $200, $200, whatever plus every pay cycle, depending on what hours they decide to give me at my bullshit college. That matters a lot to me. Like that could be my car payment every month or something. But like, and again, the brackets don't line up exactly the same. But like, if someone is making $25 million a year, and they lose half of it. They're still making $12.5 million. Like, that $12.5 million they lost literally doesn't matter. It doesn't. It has no bearing on their actual life. At that point, they don't need to care about it anymore. And it's fighting over that fucking miserly hoard is my problem. It's my entire fucking problem. It's ridiculous. Like, what? And like, they should have options that, like, and again, if you have exploited the system, whatever you've done, you've worked your ass off, whatever you want to call it, you've born into it, whatever. Daddy got to get you into Harvard, whatever your scenario is. Like,
well, you have to look at the unintended consequences from that. If you say that if somebody is too successful, we're going to penalize you for that, so those people are going to quit being that successful.
No, they won't, because you'll still be winning life. The problem is it's a sliding scale. It's diminishing returns. They're fighting over diminishing returns to get to that upper echelon, right?
But
and
if
like,
they know that they hit $10 million a year, let's say, and they're going to go to a 50% tax rate, and they're going to lose half of that money.
Brackets.
What's the point in trying to make that much money?
No.
And once you don't make that much money,
exactly. I think you're not understanding. I think you're not understanding how wealth generation happens either. Like, it's by and large, yeah, to a point, you're expanding your business, you're creating more jobs, whatever. But at some point, it's like you're like, okay. So the way when something goes public, you're looking at company, like, you have like a board of, let's say, 12 people who are buying in and out of this, like, yearly or bi-yearly to make a margin on it. That is a major fucking problem, because you have to get, like, someone buys into I'm going to buy these shares, I'm going to be on this board, I'm going to spend $10 million to get in. I expect to get $12 million next year, right? So I'm going to make $2 million this year off of this investment. Okay, so like, if you, the way they do that isn't like they're making more stuff or like they did some big innovation. It's like, okay, we're gonna fuck with this bubble of money enough, and what that boils down to is we're gonna lay off X amount of people, we're gonna not fund this project, we're gonna cut budget here because I gotta buy out of this failing investment. Like, that's how that ebb and flow of those tides goes. And like, that is what I'm talking about. Up there, it's not the same as someone who's like working their way up to become a millionaire, billionaire, right? They're already there, and it's more about the fuckers who are buying in and out of the company every year. And like, that is causing a ton of problems because they're just making money off of the imaginary floating bubble of money.
Okay, so Matt,
like,
here's my question: what is an how much money can an individual make before they just? I mean, I know you're not gonna. I don't need it doesn't have to be a hard number. Just roughly, what amount of money does an individual need to make that you call it winning life?
I mean, I mean, talking out of my ass. I mean, just like ballparking as someone who's like just thinking about it proportionally. I would say somewhere in the millions of dollars.
Okay, so
let's say $5 million a year.
$5 million
at the most.
Okay, so
but that's probably high.
So then, what do you do about Zuckerberg?
What do you mean? What do you do about Zuckerberg?
He made $1 last year.
Okay, and that so like all like again, it's a problem with the infrastructure. It's a problem with how we allow shit to happen. Right? Like, I'm not able to parse out every single solution to the problem. I just know that there is an active problem there and it needs addressed. Like, so, and that's what happens. Like, they'll be like, I don't take a salary, but I invest my salary back into the company or whatever they want to call it, and then they just write it off that way, and then they just siphon out of the piggy bank. All of that legislature has to be like raised and rebuilt so that it's fair. We need to remove lobbying from the federal government. We need to remove, people who are making self-interested plays there. Like, I think that people who are elected officials shouldn't have any say in our fucking economy. They should be compensated insanely well, but they should have absolutely no way of being invested in any self-interested sector. I think that's fucking ridiculous that we have that. So, like, I don't have the answer to all these problems. I just know that there is a problem, and we're heading towards a fucking collapse.
I think that the problem that the opposition to this view is that if we just give people free stuff, then they just won't do anything, and then the prices will just go up. We'll have massive inflation, and we will.
If we continue with the same system, yes, absolutely.
So, but isn't that going to happen if we give people free stuff? how do we fix that?
You manage the free stuff. So like even now, like I've always had a problem with how food stamps and welfare and shit work here. Like I worked as a pharmacy tech for 3 years in a grocery store, and on the 1st and the 15th, you always see people with cartfuls of soda pop walking around, like who are getting that they're allowed to buy it from food stamp. Why can they do that? Because Pepsi and Sprite and whoever has fucking lobbyists that allow that to be on their food stamp card. Like that's allowed to go through. They can't buy a fucking hot rotisserie chicken because that's a hot meal. That's like a perishable item. Like a single mom who actually needs food stamps can't just stop at the grocery store and grab a rotisserie chicken and some like cooked vegetables and take them home to her kids. That's not okay. But she could buy a cart full of fucking Pepsi and Mountain Dew and like macaroni and cheese. Like these are like there's tons of reform that can happen in the systems we have that would alleviate that. But again, these are all minor issues. The system we have doesn't work. It's a mess. Because yes, to a degree, I do agree that people who are extremely lazy, and I'm talking the laziest of the lazy poor, do just siphon off the system. But it's not that big of a drain in the grand scheme of everything. And like,
I'm not really just talking about that would siphon off the system. I'm saying that if we create a a UBI type thing where people have their basic needs met, which is what everybody agrees,
okay.
We could the world can probably do that. Now, aren't a lot of people going to just stay at home and not do anything?
So with UBI, that's under the assumption that we're moving towards a more automation world, and like jobs that exist now, like even proportionally as they scale up, automation is going to just surpass them anyway. So these people wouldn't be doing anything of meaning anyways. Is it that bad that you give them the option of not doing anything and just living a life? Is it really that bad if we don't really changing? We're not like hurting anything.
So
is it really that bad?
So let's say we go that route, Matt. And so what's it get to the point where now we've got 2 terminally ill people and we have limited supplies to fix these terminally ill people, and we look at one person and they've lived on their house at UBI for a while, and then the second person has is a electrician. What's going to happen is you're going to put in built-in prejudice to that, where people are going to say, well, we have to help the electrician first.
Again, I feel like you're coming at this from the angle of the world we've lived in forever. Like the world needs to change,
but it
like
won't.
America, it can. That's the problem. Is it can, and it can change positively. And yes, there will be growing pains. We are inevitably, even if we see something like this happen in our lifetime, we will go through some more shit because of it. But at the end of that tunnel, on the other side of it, I think is a much healthier future than what we have been cultivating.
These basics have to do not so much with
So yes, those sort of issues, those issues do arise. They're fringe cases, though. They're not. That's what I'm saying. Where do you put your value? Right. That doesn't happen that often. Like even in Canada, like people are like that's like the thing that the right loves to like shit on. And I don't want to fucking even say that I'm like the left. This country's all right. And like like in Canada, like that's the thing. That, like, what if you need a heart transplant and you're on a waiting list for so long in this healthcare system? And there's no bias, and it's like. They've weighed that option. I mean, like that's what they signed up for, and like they addressed that problem. And by and large, I don't think that people have that big of a deal with it. Like it's a problem, and yeah, nothing's a perfect solution, but it's better than what we're doing now. Like if you break your shoulder, like you fall on your shoulder wrong, and you have to go to the ER as someone who makes shit money, and they put a fucking $15,000, emergency room trip on you to like reset your shoulder and give you meds and give you like a 3-day hospital stay or something, like. That's not fair, but and like that's like that is more important to me than the fringe cases of someone who is like terminal, and in a lower percentage that's going to happen to someone in their lifetime. You know what I mean? So like you have to. It's still a cause and effect. It's a probability. What's more important? Do we make sure that people who have these incidents that can happen to anyone at any time are taken care of, or do we only care about these extreme fringe cases of like? I have to, replace an organ. Like, I don't know. I think it's better to worry about the thing that can happen to anyone at any time.
The thing is if we don't have capitalism, if we don't have a free market. Let's refer to what we should be referring to as a free market.
There'll still be a free market.
If we don't have a
free market,
if we don't have a free market, then you're going to ruin a lot of drive, incentive, competition, hope, a bunch of the stuff that makes things
see.
what they
I don't think
are.
you're accounting. I don't think you're accounting for. I know what you're saying, and like that is the capitalist credo.
No, I'm not you don't know what I'm talking about. Let me explain
I
to you.
no,
So,
I do. You're moving. You're saying that you're going to remove incentive if there's not a reason to keep. There's a ceiling.
okay, so right now, Lisa has all the time in the world.
Uh huh.
Okay, she can do whatever she wants. As a
Mhm.
spectacular artist, I'm looking around my room, looking at all the spectacular stuff that she's done. If you ask her, why haven't you done art? She said there's not a timeline. There's not the drive to do it right now. There's not a reason. There's not the push. I understand that as well. Like, I look at some of the projects that I would like to do, and I don't have a drive to do it because things are okay. Things are pretty good. It's not because I'm too busy, and it's not because, I am just really lazy. It's I don't really have a reason to do it. Where the thing about free market gives you a reason to do something, not just because it's enjoyable. There's a deadline. There's an incentive. There's something.
I'm telling you that people, and you're discrediting the other side of that. Yes, people who are on that fast track to be like, I made $3 million last year. Maybe I can make $6 million next year. That's a totally different optic, because at this point in our society, that's what most of those people have come to expect. People who are like, so imagine if like the guy who's the next fucking, like, I don't even want, like, everyone's gonna bitch about whoever I say. So like, the next Musk, or the next Einstein, or the next Edison, or whoever you want, you bitch about any of them. Like, the next one of them might be someone who doesn't have the opportunity to be creative because they're in the shit. They're born in the shit, and they don't have any possible way. There's a lot of people who are born in the shit, and all they do with their life is work towards this like bullshit like pay scale. Like, I'm gonna get a job at this shitty company and be a data analyst, like, and that's like on the upper end. Like, kids, I'm talking like kids in the fucking hood who like just see, like, they don't have a dad because he's in jail for stealing weed or something. Oh god, that's a possum. Holy shit! Why are you coming up here?
That's a societal. That's a
What's
societal. That's a
It's a big
societal
ass
problem.
possum out here.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a societal problem and not a economic problem.
It is an economic problem. It's entirely it's an economic driven societal problem. Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
People should be allowed to sell drugs. As long as they're not
Okay,
selling them to children.
Then it
Then
shouldn't be illegal. Now you're conflating, because selling drugs is illegal.
No, but it shouldn't be illegal. It should be perfectly legal. There should be no
That's
reason
part-
for that.
yeah.
That's a societal problem, not an economical problem. The
But
economics.
it's all but the reason drugs are illegal is an economic problem. It's a policy issue because people are able to profit off of making drugs illegal. That's what Reagan did.
It's a
Like,
corporate
that's
problem.
it's the world we live in.
No, see, you sometimes you forget that we currently live in a corporate capitalist world. We don't live in anything close to true capitalism or anything close to a true free market. We live in a corporate capitalist world. Corporations have all the say.
Yes. Yes.
And
Because they're too big. Because they're too big.
That needs to change. No, they don't.
Yes.
They can be big. They just shouldn't have any say. They shouldn't have any say in
Yes.
any political issue.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. So my ideal world doesn't involve this shit. And again, this is what, like, UBI is not a socialist thing. It's a capitalist thing. UBI is a band-aid for capitalism to try and fix it. That is what UBI is. And I hear a lot of people bitching about it being like this horrible socialist thing, and it's going to be the next step towards communism. It's not. It's a fix to keep capitalism going.
I like and dislike UBI at the same time. I understand
Me
it
too.
I understand it as a band-aid, but I hate it as a band-aid. I do think that there is a way that we could have people still contribute and still get a UBI. I think that that's possible, and when I say contribute, it could be contributing things that they want to contribute. Go ahead.
My entire hope with what, and again, it will all get conflated because of the capitalist system we have. People will find ways to exploit it at the upper end. But whatever, let's say in a vacuum where we don't have that happening, we have UBI implemented. The entire goal of it should be to lift people out of the shit. Just get the bottom rung of society to the point where they don't feel like dad's not going to jail, brother's not getting shot, you know, sister's not getting pregnant. Over time, that will happen with the UBI if it's implemented correctly and maintained.
I think that it will, but I'm not actually sure that like America's at that point now. Like America is like one of the best places in the world to be a poor person, like probably the best, right? And like you're just at the forefront of the development. I think you're going to kind of have to wait for the rest of the world to catch up on the whole of. It's not going to happen just yet.
I think the rest of the world is doing better than us with how they. Well, let's say the civilized world. Obviously, there's horrible fucking areas in the Middle East and Russia and whatnot. Like, there's obviously horrible places in the world still that are obviously we're way better off just being an American or Brit or whatever, Canadian.
There aren't many countries that you'd rather be a poor person in than America. There's a few maybe, but not many.
Yes and no, because we have we got a murder problem, we've got a crime problem, a pseudo-crime problem is the biggest one, where we just convict people over bullshit, like we're talking about dealing drugs.
Okay, so right now we have a second emerging global superpower. Okay? Where would you rather be a poor person? Would you rather be a poor person in the United States or
and
China?
Go ahead and say it. Yeah, and go ahead and say it. China. The reason that China is what it is because of us. Because we have fucking outsourced so much shit to them and fed that fucking economy. Just fed them. Fed them out of the fucking trough because it can profit the upper echelon of our society. Absolutely.
Well, that and the slave labor.
Sure, but like again, if we didn't outsource everything, if you want to live in the old capitalist world that we had, where we still had labor unions, we had people who were making fair wages, right? And you didn't have this horrible blowback and a mass power swing towards corporate. Like if we still lived in that world, then fine. Capitalism might still be relatively sustainable. But like we don't have that because all of those jobs and all of that grunt labor bullshit. So people don't have anywhere to go or do anything. So they go to college, whatever. They have a path.
So what you're saying is you're against globalism.
Yeah, well, capitalism is the only system that exists. Communism isn't an alternative to it. All communism is just a system that doesn't set
I
price
wasn't even
for something.
talking about China being communist. I was just referring to it as an up-and-coming superpower.
China has played its cards as best as it could, and it has exploited the West doing it. Like that's what China is. I hate China.
That's a new one on me. How has China exploited the West? Surely the West have exploited the poor people of China by using them as a sweatshop to build Nikes. How have the Chinese exploited the West? What are you talking about?
The West has used it. Let's say symbiotic. They've exploited each other. It's a symbiotic thing that's happened. Like all of the jobs that could be here, all of the quality things that could, like America used to be known, like made in the USA, that used to mean like made in Japan. That used to be like, that's a quality thing, and it costs a little bit more, but it was good. It was made by Americans, and I'm supporting my own, and it's good, and it's going to last me, a lifetime, or like, a decade, whenever I buy this thing.
I'm not seeing the problem here, right? There's kind of a problem because Americans lost jobs, so I can see that kind of a problem.
Mm-hmm. But, we lost jobs, we lost quality. Everything's at a cost.
But like the Americans got cheap Nikes, and the Chinese got dragged out of the Stone Age and became a first world country.
And again, if we're going down that path. That's where, fuck globalism then, at that point. Like, we take care of our own first, and then once we are taken care of, then we try to help other people out. But that happened way too early. That's not how. That's why we are what we are. That's why we have such a shit. We don't have people who can go to college anymore, and like I was talking about, like you don't have people who don't need to go to college. Go to work in the Ford plant or whatever, and they want to do that, but they could still make a good living and like raise a family on that. Can't do that anymore. It's gone.
I don't think countries need to worry that much about helping other countries. They just need to stop interfering with them. Is probably the main thing.
Sure, and America interferes. All of our intervention is because it's self-serving the elite of this country, and that's the problem, and that's what's caused this mass divide here. What I'm trying to say is I don't like the mass divide here, and I think our poorest person here should be like a Finland, and we should be taking care of our own despite any race or anything, because that's what America's supposed to be, this melting pot of everyone where you can be your own person and do what you want. But it's not really working like that anymore. It's broken.
I don't think that we're seeing anything like a fair interpretation of capitalism now, though, because what we've got is crony capitalism, in that all of the politicians are massively controlled, and are in cahoots with corporate in ways that they shouldn't be. So maybe more than just changing capitalism, we need to completely overhaul the political system. Pay the politicians much more, but mean that they've got no ability to interfere with the process.
Exactly.
I think that if we did that, then maybe capitalism might work a bit better.
Sure, it's all hand in hand, and like I'm saying, I think capitalism could be something that's still functional, but it's being exploited. And that divide just keeps all of the people at the top just keep siphoning every last fucking, they fleece every possible strand of wool from everywhere they can with no regard. And that's the problem, because, none of that fruit is getting passed. Not enough of that fruit is getting passed down to the lower rungs. And it's all getting siphoned off there. And then the way that our federal government allegedly is supposed to be taking care of us on a federal level isn't, because that money is getting put in tax havens. Billionaires, by and large, aren't paying taxes every year. It's a fucking problem. And again, those tax dollars aren't being allocated correctly, and the government's super inefficient. So,
the way to collect money that you need to spend isn't to just don't collect it. You're never going to collect tax in a way that's sensible and doesn't cost a ridiculous amount of money to do it. The way to do it is for the government to just create money out of thin air. That's it. You shouldn't be collecting tax. You should just create money out of thin air, like all banks currently do at the moment, under the control of a private cartel of bankers. So if anybody's got any arguments with me that, Mark, you can't just create money out of thin air, we do that all of the time now, and it's controlled by a cartel of private bankers, and the world economy seems to handle it just fine. So it is completely realistic that the government can just create money out of thin air. And that just perfectly taxes effectively everybody, because the ridiculously super rich end up losing a lot more of their money in proportion to its spending power because of the effect of inflation overall.
If you're saying you want to tax based on just putting more money in the system, so the value of the dollar goes down.
I don't want to tax at all. I want the government to create money out of thin air. I'm saying taxing.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Tax in quotes. You're taxing by making money worth less.
Yes.
A dollar is worth less year on year. Now the problem with that is just the way that again, that would have to be a very delicate balance of it following a specific trend.
That would be the purpose of politicians. The politicians would be elected, they'd be put in power, and their job would be to decide how much money to create and what to spend it on.
Yeah, and on top of that too, the way that we do retirement plans, just how everything works now, we're working off of an interest rate, and if your interest rate's above inflation, you're netting money for the future, and you'll your dollar now, if you sit on it for long enough, it will be worth a lot more later. Now, if you start doing that, you might dip below that line. That would be a very delicate balance to walk with how we handle that sort of shit now. So I don't like the individual side of everything.
No, that would be good, because we don't like the fact that ridiculously super rich people have got vast amounts of money that they're just sitting on and not investing.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad. We want everybody we want everybody to have to invest the money that they've got, otherwise it devalues. That forces them to put their money into the economy.
Well, yeah, what they do is they send it to a place where it's hidden. And it doesn't exist. It's gone.
Okay,
They still
but it's
have
worth,
it,
but
but
it's
gone
worth
for the
less.
book.
If you've got $100
Sure.
and you hide it under a rock, and you know that in 100 years' time it's only going to be worth $1, so you've got to invest it. You've got to do something with it.
And what I'm saying is, smarter men than
that's
me
good.
and you will exploit that the same way they're doing this system.
Well, maybe.
So
Maybe. I don't know. I think that one of the big cons, one of the big scams that we've been fed is the idea that we need to have tax. That just is not true. It was just taken as a given. It was just, oh yeah, we need to operate in that way. We don't actually need to run the system like that. We just do. The reason why we do it like that is because it's convenient as a method of control. It gives the government lots of different ways that they can control lots of different things in lots of ways that are convenient to them. There's no reason why we can't just create money out of thin air as a government. And that's a big conspiracy that the whole world isn't talking about that. It is that simple.
Yeah, I mean, on some level, there needs to be, like, I think that we could all agree that there is a problem. There are multiple problems, and these are all, whatever fix needs to happen. Something drastic, I feel, does need, like a fundamental change needs to happen.
Okay, I mean, as Mock's saying, the government can't create money out of thin air at the moment. Only banks can do it. I'm saying that needs to change. There is absolutely no reason why the American people or the people of all the countries can't just decide, hang on, you cartel of private bankers that control our money supply, we've just decided that you don't, and that's it. They could just do that. And then they could just create money out of thin air themselves. There's no reason why they don't do that. So, like, to me, any sort of talk about economics, or we should do this, or we should tax in this way, and while we're still in that situation, is just crazy. It's just, no, until you fix that, you're never going to be able to fix anything else. That's the underlying issue, and I'm always going to come back to it, I'm afraid.
So in reality, we're probably all in a lot of agreement. We want to get rid of the largest, most corrupt corporation in our government, and that's, the Federal Reserve that creates our money. Because
I want, like, more specifically, I want self-interest removed from our governance. It's insane that we have that.
Mm-hmm. And the way to fix that is you have to pay the governance much more. You have to want people to be motivated to get the job for the actual money that they're going to get paid to do it, and to be in a position where they can't do anything. They can't engage in crony capitalism. Their lives would be extremely monitored and controlled, and there'd be very strict rules. And if they broke them, they'd be heavily penalised. We could create that system.
They have to wear body cam. They wear body cams. We follow their lives around like we do the Kardashians and our government officials. We know everything that they do. So if they're corrupt, we immediately get rid of them. We don't have it.
And many people would openly volunteer to take on that because they'd be celebrities. You'd be very well paid, and people would do it for the kudos. You'd want to do it.
And if you get caught doing something, there is no, there's no dragging out where you can finish out your term or anything like that. You get caught breaking one of the rules, and it's, maybe not a prison sentence, but you're not working for the government anymore. You're done. And
there's a weird balance to hit with something like that too, though, because, like, the way nepotism and everything works, like, what a mess.
Well, what do you mean by what do you mean by nepotism? Like, there's
what are the criteria? Like,
got rules.
Like, what are the criteria? Like, let's say that your family, or let's say like some relatively close relative to you owns, I don't know, Viacom.
And if you get caught working, if you get caught passing any law that gets looked as if you're giving favoritism or something like that, you immediately lose that cushy job. You go to court, the court rules that you were practicing nepotism, that being a rule that you're not allowed to do, and you lose this cushy job, and good luck ever getting another job because you're now known as a traitor.
Yes. Now, let's say okay, so here's the problem with just politics. Let's say that legislature that they wanted to push through, they might actually think it's in the people's best interest, but it also happens to support something that is in their bloodline, or
then that particular politician has to step away and doesn't have a vote, and the rest of the other politicians then do.
But then they're an elected official, though. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Hey,
That's
their
saw-
entire life's going to be completely public for everybody to see. So, like, nepotism is going to be very difficult to,
I almost feel
to manifest, because their entire life's going to be on the internet.
I almost feel
everybody-
like if you're an elected official that's in positions to make those sorts of votes, like, your life for the rest of your life is null and void. Like you get your salary from the government.
Yep.
And like you cannot make money off of the economy. Like it's like that's
I agree. I agree.
Kind of like what
yes.
we do. We continuously pay the politicians, kind of like we do now. And you're done. You were a politician. You made the commitment to be a politician. You retire as a politician unless you broke the rules and you're a traitor. And then you're down. You get knocked down into the bottom rung of what we understand is where the traitors go. We keep, we pay for you to live, but you're not having a nice life. Because because we don't want to put you in prison, but it's the equivalent of prison.
Another thing too is, how do you break the hyperbolic nature of just people's opinions? Like, everyone is taught to be red or blue still, and we still have people fighting for privileges that they don't ever have a say in. Like, I can't believe that there are Trump people who are just poor. And again, I'm not fighting for the left's fucking nightmare as well, but it's like, I don't know how you can be vehemently like attached to a party. Like,
Sorry, Trump's. You can't believe there are Trump's people that are what? Sorry.
I can't believe that there are people who are literally living in shit, who are just like can't get anywhere, but they have been brainwashed their whole life to be red or blue, whatever they're supporting. People who are vehemently on Biden's camper. He's a status quo piece of shit. Fuck him. Like, we need more people, more options that are actually viable. Like, people should be getting elected that are like they win with like a 35% majority. Like,
well, if you want people to win with proper majorities, then you make it so that it's mandatory to vote.
it should be, and it should be a national holiday.
Well, I mean, it should be a lot more than a national holiday.
It should be like you can't. Like
we should have an entire week. You get an entire week.
Sure.
And,
yeah.
And,
every week, you have to sit and study who you want to pick, and then you pick, and you have to pick.
And you have to pick.
Would that really make any difference, though? They just do a more elaborate show, man. It wouldn't actually make a more educated voters, would it?
We need more parties. We need more representation, and as to black, besides black and white or red and blue or whatever you want,
No, it wouldn't, but what it would do is it would make friends. It would make friends tell their other friends, okay guys, Johnny, he doesn't know shit about who he's voting for. We at least need to make sure Johnny's not voting for the idiot. Let's convince Johnny why he should vote for, Bob Dole. So it would add a little civic pride back in. And are there going to be people that aren't going to vote? Absolutely. There still will always be people that don't vote, but it should be mandatory. I don't understand, and I'm probably going to, ruffle some feathers with this statement. I don't understand why we don't just make a way that we can vote digitally now through smart devices.
I said that a long time ago, and you shot me down. I said this months and months.
Oh, that's gonna be
ago.
just the mail-in shit that we're gonna have. It's gonna be an absolute shit show to the point that I'm predicting on election night we're going to see Trump seemingly winning, and then a huge uptick of Biden votes because the mail-in ballots are going to be in some hugely disproportionate blue over red, and people are gonna get all up in arms about it. whether or not, but I don't know or care who wins at this point. But like, I care that people are going to be all up in arms one way or another, and it's going to be a total fucking mess. And Trump has already said he's going to fight. You know, if Biden wins, he's going to blame it on the fucking mail-in ballots, and it's just
But all he's doing is playing the same card that Hillary played.
I don't care what card they're playing. They're all
I'm just saying they're just playing that. What people aren't seeing is this isn't nothing new under the sun. This is just the same thing that they've been playing for us. They're just playing us.
The kernel there is played.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting played.
Yes.
And like, maybe instead of this bickering back and forth about, you know, who's your polar opposite enemy versus these established rich blue cucks or these established red cucks, like, who cares? Like, they're all fucks. They don't care about you. They don't care about this population. They don't give a fuck about them. They just care about, you know, what slight sways we can have one way or another. Like,
do you think it's ever been any different?
I don't know.
It hasn't.
That's what I'm saying.
We're just noticing it more now, and everybody's just got so much stuff, and everybody's so happy, and everybody's having such a good time, and everything's so wonderful. We've noticed, and we've got enough time to whinge about it now.
I don't think most of
we're getting exploited less now than we ever have been.
Bullshit.
Yep. But yeah, the masses are getting exploited by the elite today, less so than ever in history. Throughout the entire world, universally, in America, in the UK, wherever you like, yeah.
Okay, how about we rephrase it? Before 2020, we had been exploited less. The exploiting was going less and less. I think that changed after this year. But I would say leading up to 2020, yes, the average person was being exploited less and less compared to what was happening in the future. Or in the past, I mean.
What does 2020 have to do with it, though?
They found
it's been a bad year.
They found ways to exploit everyone. You know, they're exploiting us through sports and through race and through politics and through our favorite flavor of ice cream and through designs that we choose and clothes we choose to wear. They're using everything that is just average and trying to figure out a way to exploit us. You know, like a great example of how they're exploiting the world. If you go to, you know, Bristol, UK's website and you scroll all the way down to the bottom, it talks about how Bristol supports Black Lives Matter. Why the fuck does a European city need to have anything to do with a cause that's going on in America? And
especially since if you're arrested as a white person in the UK, you're 25% more likely to get killed than if you're a black person.
So yes, they're totally, you know, they're exploiting us now.
It all ties back into there is a direct mainline feed to the public's collective conscience with things like Twitter, Facebook, whatever, and that has been exploited for a while now. It's been pretty mainstream for quite a while, pre-Trump Hillary.
I don't know, Daily Mock. I think they miss Bo Jackson. I think that's really what it is. All of the Black Lives Matter stuff in sports would go away if we just got a new Bo Jackson. Because Bo knows sports. That's the problem.
Did that guy do anything about actually pulling that statue down that we were watching earlier? I looked away, but he was up on it, like with his arm around it, like gesticulating, like he was going to try and pull it down. But I don't think he actually had the balls to do it.
I don't think he did, because now you can be charged like if you pull down a statue or something. I think it's an act of terrorism now.
It's a 10-year sentence you can get for it.
Yeah. So. And I think Louisville right now is they know that the rioting's going to be real bad as soon as the case goes down, and I think that there's just a lot of people that don't want it to spark off early. Because if it sparks off too early then it won't have the same type of oomph.
Yeah, you see that's one of the reasons why I know that a civil war isn't about to break out in America, and that there isn't that much oomph to the Antifa movement, because the popular support's gone and all that kind of thing, and it's all just petering out, and that Soros is just back to a lame dunk. Is because if Antifa had lots and lots of support, they would have continued to pull down the statues, and just like lambs to the slaughter, just said to Trump, okay, put me in jail for 10 years, and just hundreds and hundreds of people would have done that, and then Trump would have lost power. They only needed like 50 or 100 people to be willing to do that, and they couldn't even muster it. Trump just passed a law, said, right, if you pull down a statue, then you're going in jail for 10 years, and they all just shit it, and there hasn't been a statue pulled down since.
Well, let's be honest.
What happened in Louisville?
Louisville's where Breonna Taylor was shot.
Oh, okay.
And they said it doesn't matter the people aren't going to be happy with anything short of the police officer being executed.
Yeah, well, people are dumb.
No, I mean, Black Lives Matter said that. That was a statement that they said. So, unless he gets the death penalty or executed...
Again, hyperbolic. I mean, he'll get, like, they want, if he gets prosecuted, that's...
No, but I mean, no. But the thing is no, they're gonna. No, they've already stated, because Antifa is Black Lives Matter.
But no. I mean, it's not that simple. It's a mess of.
No, it is that simple. It is that simple because a bunch of people from Portland and a bunch of people from Seattle are there, and so it not being their town, they don't give a shit anymore. And so that's the problem that we have, is it's not the protesters in most cases, it's not the protesters in their own hometowns. It's these people coming from away and coming into these towns and not giving a shit. They just see something and they don't have any connection with that neighbor. They have no connection with that house, so they burn it down. So they attack it. That's the problem that we're seeing, is you've had enough bad people, like...
These are, like... It's still a pocket. It's still a pocket of like bad actors, and like if there's more riots or whatever, I don't think we're gonna get to full blown, nationwide everything's on fire level of shit, one way or another. Like, and a good governance would see that enough people have a problem and make some concession to satiate them and just quell the whole thing. Standing their ground with like this whole, like let's picket the protesters or whatever, and then like all of the assholes come out and they're, they've pretty much all been white, who come out and like one on both sides, the quote unquote Antifa people or the, militant LARPers with their assault rifles. Like, they're just out there to virtue signal, and that's, who cares? Like, just quell the fucking fire. Like, it's not that hard. Prosecute the guy, bring justice for Breonna, make a couple concessions about how the police operates, have more stringent, policies. Whether or not they work, if you just say that you're doing it, it will all stop.
But here's the thing, like, what law did he actually break?
It was so it was like a no-knock seizure.
Which is, no-knock seizures were prior to that event were perfectly legal in the state of Kentucky.
Okay, but like, she was unarmed.
Is they're not anymore. So that's a great.
Yeah, that's the criminal. The no-knock procedures is the culprit here. That's the person. That's the thing that needs to be punished.
He shot somebody who was sleeping in their bed.
And a Republican. What is it? Ron. What? It's not Ron Paul. What's his name?
Rand Paul.
Rand Paul. Rand Paul is like the guy leading, kind of like headlining. And again, he's kind of a little bitch when he gets in front of people, but like he is one of the big proponents for making that federally illegal.
But he drafted the bill.
Yeah, and like, so like push that through, side with them, and use that as a boon to your red votes. If like, why is this? I just don't get this. Like,
can I explain the no-knock why they started doing it?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm interested.
they start doing the no-knock situation, because in some of these areas, and especially that one, they were having a lot of problem with gangs and gang violence. If you knock on the door, what does that do? Give them how much time to get their
yeah,
guns?
I mean that makes
Agreed.
sense.
They
Agreed.
start kicking
Yeah,
in
and
doors, coming in
this-
with guns in people's faces, and having better results, less death.
Okay, but let's also go with
There's
why
more
are
to
we?
that
Why are we?
situation with Brianna? She was a part of that, and she had a warrant out for her arrest too.
She
And
was.
the
She
al-
was.
Should
The
she have died?
alternative.
No.
She was complicit in that she knew that her boyfriend was dealing drugs.
And she
Again,
lied.
this will go back to I don't give a fuck. Why are we killing people over dealing drugs? Why are we incarcerating people over dealing drugs? Like, we need to stop doing that. It's a waste of time. It's killing people. It's stupid.
If you think that you need to do a no knock on somebody, then okay, but you can't do that. What you need to do is you need to take
warrant?
you need to take like 10 times the number of cops that you'd normally take.
Yeah.
Completely seal off the area, make sure
Yeah,
that
you
nobody
do.
can get in or out, and then you stand outside and say, right, we're coming in, we've got a warrant, and the area is completely secured. Like the reason why you need no knocks is because it's a cheap way of doing that.
Well,
And that's
a
not
no-knock warrant is harder
that's
to
not
get.
good. We shouldn't be possibly killing people because to save some money. If we need to fund the police more, then maybe we need to fund the police more so that they can afford to have too many cops to just surround the building and not need to knock on the door.
Well, the police infrastructure is fucked. I mean, there are problems
Yeah,
with it.
it's super fucked. And they need to do more mental evaluation
Yes.
on them repeatedly.
Cops need cops need to be paid more. Cops need to be better. That I feel like is an objective fact. Like,
But
and-
here, a no-knock warrant is one of the hardest warrants for them to get. There has to be substantial evidence for the
So-
court to grant them, okay, you don't have to knock on the door.
What was the warrant for? Arrest or search and seizure?
No, she was all part of a RICO crime syndicate thing going on. There's been a huge case going on with her boyfriend and stuff. She lied to the courts and
course
police
she did.
multiple times.
Of course she did.
But-
I
but-
would too.
But
Well,
the
right,
only
right. I mean,
the
all
only-
of us in that situation would have lied too.
Yeah.
But that was their reasoning to get the no-knock warrant. And
So why did they shoot her
why
in her
she was
sleep?
killed? I don't
Yeah.
think is cool.
Yeah,
Exactly.
The only do you not agree there? You don't. There's actually no practical reason to need to do a no knock if you've got
I
enough
think-
cops to surround the
I
building,
think-
I
right?
agree.
I think no knocks, the cops should always be wearing a live feed camera on every officer, chest
I
and head.
can't.
I think
I can't-
every cop should always be
Any
wearing a live
scenario
feed
where a
camera.
no knock is justified ever.
Okay,
Like,
so
it doesn't ever make sense. Just employ more police and surround the building, or don't do it.
Well, in America, like, we have some serious gang problems.
And those gang
some
problems are
very
largely due to-
organized gang problems in certain cities.
And those gang problems are pretty much unanimously surrounded around a drug infrastructure. Like, if you
That the
remove
CIA funds.
yes, and if yes, and if you remove the illegality of dealing drugs from the equation, we don't have gang violence anymore. At least not to the point that you might have some more thefts happen in a short term sort of deal, but you will. And if you combine that with trying to help out the poor in a better way, in a way that goes out of it, they will have options
And the
that they don't have to
prison
turn to
system.
drugs.
And
Dad
the
doesn't go
prison
to jail.
system Needs changed up. I've always said there's a lot of
Mhm.
city work that needs to be done, and it's not slave labor because they got their fines and fees and restitutions that they gotta pay. So it
Yep.
could go towards that in a reduced sentence. And it, in a lot of ways, in prisons that do this, have the best results in our country because those prisoners come out and go into a job force and never end up back in the prison system.
Yes, and that's exactly yes. You're talking all of the things privatization of prisons. All of this Reagan era bullshit has been something that we have lived through and just accepted for too long. and we are seeing the end game of that shit, and it's got to
Well,
go.
here's something that's disturbing. There's a cult that started the prison system and the schooling system as we know it today.
Mhm.
You guys know who that is?
Was it not Nancy Reagan?
Nope. It's
And
the
whoever was whispering in
Rosicrucian.
her ear.
The Rosicrucian started the modern schooling system to break up the family and the prison system.
The Order of the Rosy Cross, eh? You're going there.
Huh?
Order of the Rosy Cross.
Yep. And Reagan was part of the Rosy Cross.
I mean, wherever it stems from. I mean, he president's always a talking head of some sort, but I Reagan's a quick pin. But yeah, we're still living through that sort of shit that was implemented in the late '80s, mid-late
Right.
'80s, and
Okay.
and we're at critical mass.
Okay, so because Mock's in here, and I know he is on my side to think that we are going into a civil war.
We're here.
Give
Digitally mostly.
tell me why you think. Like, I'd like to hear your opinions.
Well, I would say more on the digital end across the internet. I see it because people's differences. But I really do believe that the revolution, that part of revolution, civil war we're going through, is pre-planned by the CIA to bring the whole order out of chaos, division, and the whole thing. I don't know how my words are stumbling.
I mean, yeah. I mean, fuck the CIA.
Right. And, I mean, the CIA was all formed to break up and divide America. It was started by the CFR, the same people who started the Federal Reserve.
Hence why they
Jack
killed-
Island's one hell of a fucking island.
Hence why they killed off all of the civil rights movement leaders.
Yeah, and presidents that were for civil rights and to end the Fed.
Fully agreed.
Even Reagan, as he got farther into his presidency and got tired of the corruption, he was starting to speak up about it. And what'd they do? After he got out of presidency, shoot him. Because he was still pretty powerful at the end with a voice and trying to wake up Americans to be like, look, that fucking CIA is annoying. And he was more always throwing his puns at the Bush family.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to his person apart from what I know of what America has become after his presidency.
Oh, here's one of his laws that Joe Biden helped write that Reagan passed, which is called Rex 84. And
I don't know, Mark. I mean, you've got a very high opinion of Reagan, but like there are those
No, I don't
photographs
really.
of.
He sounds
No,
like
well,
he hates Reagan.
I don't like
Okay.
or hate Reagan, but he's a bohemian piece of shit in my eyes.
Right. Okay. I was about to mention the Bohemian Grove thing, but yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And he was part of the Rosicrucians. He had an agenda that was not in America's best interest.
Yeah, and I feel like every president we've had post Reagan has been Reagan.
I think
Again,
every
and again,
president
and again.
It's since 1913, right before with Woodrow Wilson. Like, I think we have been corrupted since. Every single president, all the way to where.
Yeah, and it's been
But not as
I would say
directly
Trump
as
is
they
not
are
the only
at
one
the moment, though.
it's been
Like,
exponential
they're-
growth for sure.
They were corrupted, but like less actively. Like the current presidents are actively, completely aware of the whole shebang. I think. Whereas like
Marcus
early
Fulton,
doors, they were sort of
funny, a while back you said that you want to hear Trump say publicly about the Fed Reserve, and I kind of see everything being prepped to right before election. I bet you that's going to be one of his nails in the coffin.
I don't know. He
Did
did
you
say
hear-
something interesting today.
Did you hear what he said today in the speech, Mark, about Hillary?
No,
Did you
I
catch
fell
that?
asleep, but no, I
Yeah,
fell
no,
asleep at 3.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but he definitely he said that she's been subpoenaed,
Yeah, I said that.
and then he went on to say that he was talking about that she had some mobile phones and she tried to get rid of them by smashing them, and they found the mobile phones and that kind of thing. It was
And why? And that don't make sense. Why she would keep them? And I don't know. I'm not going to go into. I'm not going to throw tips out there in case.
Well, the thing is that 4 years ago, when he was debating her, he said that, you know, famously, well, you'd be in jail if I was president. And then and then, you know, like a year later, he was describing her and her husband as good people.
Well, he kind of. I think prior and after, like, that's his, like, he's a smart ass. That's why a lot of people don't like him, is his arrogant smart ass. And I think there's been a lot of, like, smart ass comments.
I mean, if you've ever hit bullet points or read The Art of the Deal, I mean, he's a player.
I think Trump's read Art of the Deal.
Huh?
I think Trump's probably read Art of the Deal. I think Trump is one
That's
of the
what I'm
best proponents of that methodology that's ever existed.
The exact same way he got into the presidency, he knows what to say to the right people. He doesn't, and he knows who he can piss off and who he shouldn't piss off.
Yeah,
and that's.
People don't know he went to some of the best colleges in America.
I do not know. Don't get me wrong.
Yale, not the occult colleges. He went to colleges to become an economist.
Trump is a master gaslighter. He is
big time. He's always been a troll before trolls were trolls.
So I mean, it's just who he is. Nothing about where he is anymore is a surprise to me. I respect the man in a morbid way.
I respect him in a business sense. I don't know.
I respect him in the same way I would respect like a Jeffrey Dahmer.
I've always respected his hair. Deeply down, like he's got fantastic hair. I mean, he's like in his 70s now, and it's still there. And it's just it's impeccable. It's impeccable hair.
It's never changed colors, and it never looks dyed. What's up with that?
It's real, man. It's all just Trump mane.
I'm 41, and I got more gray than Santa.
I haven't paid for a haircut since I was 27, so that's all you need to know.
Me, dude, I've never paid. I got clippers and
I got
it's
dreads,
either
so
a mohawk or bald.
You know.
Mohawk or bald, which.
But how many times have you shaved since COVID, Justin?
Once.
Once.
No. Sorry. You asked. I did for that month that I was wearing my gas mask. I was shaving on a very regular basis.
Okay, but then. So when did you stop? When you didn't need to go into town for a bit?
I stopped when I decided that I wasn't going to be going. I wasn't going to be going into town as much anymore, and yeah.
Well, and it's too expensive to wear a respirator nonstop for.
I can't stand not having facial hair anymore.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna also add to that. I was getting to the point where it was like really annoying not having facial hair. I did not like having a smooth face. It was cool for like a week. It was kind of cool. I'm like, that's not bad. And then like the month went by, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting kind of tired of this. And so like it just got to the point. I'm just like, you know what? If it gets bad again, I can always shave again. But so I want to go back to something that that Mock mentioned. And I am going to disagree with the fact that we haven't had a real president since Woodrow Wilson. I would say that we've had 3.5.
Well, JFK was a great one, and
well, I'll mention the people. I'm gonna say Calvin Coolidge, because Calvin.
I don't remember much about him.
Well, no. Here's the reason you don't remember much about Calvin Coolidge. He was a hands-off type president. If it wasn't broken, he didn't try to fix it. He passed almost no legislation because things were running well. And he didn't want to, and he decided not to screw anything up. A couple things that he didn't like, he changed. But in general, he said, why do too much? He also, he was very laissez-faire, and he's also known for the president that's had the shortest speeches for everything. He spoke less words than any other president we've ever had publicly.
Yeah, it seems he was for small government.
He also didn't have Twitter.
Yeah. Now the next.
Of course.
The next
Or amazing hair. I bet he didn't have great hair.
No,
Well-
he was half bald and dude, he had weird hair.
See, no one remembers him.
now the next president I have to put into the mix, and probably the last great president that we've had, was Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Yeah, but wasn't he more for like the wars?
No, he was very anti-war. And Eisenhower is the one that did the speech to say, his last speech he gave to the people was, be careful of the military-industrial complex and how they're going to try to take control. And what a lot of people don't realize is he died
That was
shortly
Tim,
after.
was it?
Yes, it was Dwight D. Eisenhower, who was a 4-star general.
Yeah,
Two.
Supreme Commander.
Yeah, he was the last time we had someone of his
You'd have
caliber. as-
you'd have to point me at some of his policies then. That's not what I like. Again, my history post JFK is pretty hazy.
You guys want to know who our next president's going to be after in 2024?
Kamala Harris.
The Rock.
Barr. The Rock's running, but I think it's going to be Barr.
No, see, you guys forget that by that particular point,
We're still around.
we'll have already gone to the level of insanity, and the president in 2024 will be like, we will probably like elect like Bodie McBoatface.
The Rock. I think people would massively vote for The Rock, and we're going to have an idiocracy.
We already have
We're
idiocracy.
already on that side. We're already on that
Trump
side.
Trump only pretends to be an idiot. He
swear to
isn't
God.
actually an idiot.
No, like the movie
I
No,
swear to God, if Trump
Idiocracy.
says drink your electrolytes, I'm going to lose it.
The thing, like, I'm glad that there's someone like Mock in here because he's a Trump guy that will talk. It has like opinions different, but like by and large, the Trump supporters are just like they could just be extras in Idiocracy. Like,
Dude, some like Trump supporters, I will say, are completely like oblivious to like so many truths. Like,
2024, it'll be Q. We'll elect Q. Yep,
yeah,
and
right.
we won't even know what our president looks like.
Elect a decentralized president.
Yeah, we won't know what he looks like. There won't be any visible. He'll just be a letter. He'll get up there. They'll blur him out. He'll wear a Guy Fawkes
He'll be
mask.
wearing that face cam mask.
Yeah.
No, it'll
That's
be
right.
like the eye from that one TV show that I can never remember the name of.
Alt space VR.
Yeah, he'll be in alt space VR.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 2024 will be Hillary Rodham Clinton. They'll wheel her out finally,
Mark,
and she'll
if
win.
that comes true, I am fucking
No
going to
fucking-
the UK and find you.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
We'll walk up to people and be like, "Were you talking to this?" It's like,
It was your fault, Boggs. You started this.
I mean, 2024 is already going to be an absolute crazy year, anyways, because
actually,
2024.
better yet, if she becomes president, I'm moving in with you.
Alex Jones should take a real run at it. That would be a
Oh my
That-
god, dude,
that would be funny.
That would be
Okay, yeah, no, I'd be up for that.
Yeah.
Vote Alex.
That would be
2024.
dangerous.
2024.
President
I-
of
Return of the
America.
Frogs,
That would be better than Trump.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yes.
I
Here's
have
how
lost.
that's dangerous. Is because everyone in the UK who supports Alex will move to America, get their green cards, and get their citizenship within that year of the debates and all that, the election times, and they would be able to be citizens in time to vote for him.
I don't know if Alex Jones might have, if it was Alex Jones versus The Rock, that would be a really interesting election.
Alex has like no dirt on him for any kind of pedophilia and shit.
I'm not
Like,
sure. I mean, here's the thing:
Oh.
The Rock's not running
I
for
would hope the
president.
criteria is a bit higher than that.
The Rock right now, after buying the XFL, he's got a lot of work to do. So there's not. It's not going to be The Rock, but you know what? I can see it be. I can see Oprah going for another run.
I think a lot of those type liberal actors are like not going to give it any more shots because it ruins their career. They find out that America really don't like you, so Get the fuck off the stage, Madonna.
Oh, yeah, no one likes
Oprah.
Madonna. Yeah, you're right.
Oprah ran.
No, I mean, seriously
and-
though, Kanye West is a much more reasonable possibility. I think.
Oh
if you
man,
actually-
Kanye.
Because he don't
I'd
have
also
dirt
vote for
on him.
Kanye.
Yeah, you know,
Oh, man.
Kanye knows he can't run for president because he short circuits when he gets really
No, he
excited
knows
about
he
selling
can't be
socks.
president. He's not running to be president. He's just running so he can be wild at the mouth like he is.
Kanye
And
West
thank
campaign
God he
shirts
is,
are
'cause
$90.
look at him. He's waking black people up to like stop having abortions. Stop using.
See,
it as a-
Kanye, I think he has like ideas for how the world should actually be, but he's like too disconnected from reality to express
He
them.
would be full on idiocracy. We'd have full on dumbass attack.
We're already there.
Well,
We already have people that sit in front of a
we're still
screen
a
and just
functioning
slurp down
country.
whatever the shit
we're
is.
still a functioning country. You get Kanye in that has no sense of real economy and dealing with other countries to keep trades
Yeah,
going.
that's why he has other people to do it for him like they do it now. Come on. Donald Trump doesn't actually do anything.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Hmm.
So I'm looking at this, and 2024, I didn't realize how crazy 2024 is actually going to be as well.
A
2024.
lot of independent.
Well, I mean, I'm not even looking at. I just typed in 2024 just to see what was going on. In 2024, I forgot that's the other half of the That's April 8th is when the other half of the Great Solar X appears throughout the United States. It's also when we're supposed to have the Summer Olympics in Paris, and yeah, like we're gonna have Olympics where we're going to have Olympics in France right now. They're still protesting the yellow jackets or the yellow vests. So
I think Fuentes will stand a good chance in 2024.
No,
I'm a little-
no, he did. That'd be ridiculous.
You'd
well,
be
yeah,
surprised,
I'm
man.
gonna have to
People like him.
Yeah, if you're gonna move into the Rabbit Hutch in 2024, well, I probably need to make it at least so you get decent Wi-Fi out there.
What?
I'll have a pair of
concerned how
VR
loud
goggles
that
for you,
is.
Yam. So you can at least come to virtual reality,
I'm a little concerned.
and we can play in alt space while you're living out there.
Get your headphones off.
Yeah, at least just said it'll be virtually nice.
I'm a little concerned with how loud the water cooler is.
You can mask the hay with
Yeah.
carpet.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, it was making weird noises earlier.
That's funny shit.
So has
You
there
can't do
actually
nothing
been
about the smell, but
has there actually been an announcement about what it is they're protesting about in relation to the girl that got shot in the no knock? Like, does anybody know what it actually was? Because the point was they were going to say something, and everybody was like, we're going to protest about it because it's not going to be what we like. And that's what this is about, right?
they're protesting the results of the court hearing.
And what was the result?
No, they haven't told them yet. We don't know when it comes out yet.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was asking.
But Black Lives Matter pretty much said on their official release, short of him being executed, like they're not going to accept the results, short of the police officer being executed. So
Jesus. I mean, I'm not a capital punishment person, so I don't think anyone should be executed.
well, the problem
And
is
I think there are plenty. No, like I feel like that is some. No.
yeah, no, but that is the official release from the Black Lives Matter group out of that. So this is the problem with Black Lives Matter, is that anybody that supports Black Lives Matter should disavow that comment. That should be
I think-
regularly disavowed.
Okay, but I feel like we're also. It's playing into hyperbole, and like a lot of people, black people included, are not for that. They just want change.
Well, I mean, Black Lives Matter is also, I mean, the amount of people supporting Black Lives Matter has dropped drastically in the last couple months.
There are plenty of black people who want the kernel of what the Black Lives Matter
Yes.
was supposed to mean.
What it was supposed to,
But
what it meant
no
years
one-
ago.
The average person does not want other people to die.
Mhm.
Like we like it's really it's talked itself into a corner with the media.
The average person was in favor of Black Lives Matter, and then they were like at 66% popularity with most people, and then most people found out that they wanted to defund the police, and everyone was like, what? And like now it's like 33%.
Well,
It's
again,
half.
defunding the police is
their support's massively waned.
the defund the police thing is like, it's subjective to what that even means. Like, yeah, I mean, like, we have to militarize the police, so on like one level, yeah, you could take funding from them, but I think that most people would be happy with a severe reform.
They're smashing up police cars whilst saying that they don't need military-style police vehicles.
Or
Hilarious.
or like what happened
Clearly
yesterday.
they do.
Or like what happened yesterday with Melissa Milano saying that she wants them to defund the police, and then calling the police and having a helicopter and such come to her house because they thought someone with a gun was in their backyard, and it was just a neighbor with an air rifle in the neighbor's yard.
I mean, Alyssa Milano's a fucking idiot, so I mean...
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, unfortunately, that's the kind of loud voices that Black Lives Matters,
Sure,
these big movements have, and that's harmful
like,
for their.
What it boils down to is that BLM became, it's just like the thing that, like, that's the political thing to attach to one way or another. If you like, it's like you get back in the courts, like, you have to pick a side. It's like, okay, well, I support BLM then, because if I don't, I'm a fucking neo-Nazi. So, like, I mean,
if you don't want to defund the police, you're a racist. That's what they tried to spin.
but defund the police can mean a lot of different things. I do think the police need a drastic overhaul. I would also be fine. Like,
we had a conversation earlier where we all agreed that the police need to be paid more and we need more police. So the idea that we need to defund
I
the
wouldn't
police
say
is
more
inherently ridiculous. They dress it up in the narrative that we want to take some of the money and use it for other things. That's ridiculous as well.
I don't think we have like a problem of like police shortage really anywhere. The problem is that we have bad police.
We need to defund politicians.
Yes, we need to remove the culture that has been supported with the American police force. Like, and again, I have nothing but like where I live in Akron, like, I really don't have a lot of negative things to say about any run-ins with the police. They're pretty indiscriminate about who they'll beat the shit out of. like, you know, white guy, black guy, doesn't matter. If they're like pretty convinced that this dude's like beating his girlfriend, they'll find him and beat the living shit out of him. Like, so on one hand, that's not really ethical, but I haven't run into like racist cops in Akron. I mean, they deal with all kinds of shit here. We're not at Cleveland, but we're not like not having murders.
No.
So I mean,
There was
they're
just a shooting yesterday.
Pretty quick response time. They don't seem to be super discriminate. And again, people who've like been down our block, Latino cops, black cops. I mean, I don't know. Like, I've never been like, oh, this dude's like a total piece of shit pig. Like, that's my anecdotal add to that. It's hard to even say how things are. Like, if you're in Baltimore, yeah, maybe it's different. maybe you're seeing so much shit that you develop a bias because you're dealing with poor people. You can't separate the reason it's happening versus the individuals. Like, I don't know. There is definitely a problem though, and that one dude. Oh my God, which one was that? That was I think it might have been the Kenosha police chief. There was some footage of him talking, and he was like full-blown Klan member at his like briefing. Like, there's no way that dude should be getting a salary. Like, essentially just saying like, you know, he didn't actually say black, but he essentially just was very like, these dudes, these guys are out there just like getting everyone pregnant, and you know, they're the downfall of our society. We need to fucking crack down on them, put them in a warehouse, fuck prison, like, you know, no due process. Like, what? Like, how do you have a job?
For real.
So like
X84 there, right there though.
And like, that's, you know, so there's definitely problems. And I I am acquaintances with enough black people to know that they are generally scared of dying when they get pulled over. Like they don't want to have to deal with the police. It's like part of the culture. Like, you know, just be super compliant, be super nice, hope they don't fucking arrest you because you're black. Like, that is a real problem. Absolutely is. Like, whether or not it's imaginary or not in your area, I mean, that is like that's kind of the culture.
Thing is more than black people feel that way though too.
Absolutely, and I have a derelict uncle who has always had run-ins with the police, and he's always targeted, and he was a piece of shit. Absolutely deserved it. But, like, he got the shit beat out of him many times by the police because he's a piece of shit. Like, I have no sympathy for the man. So, like, you know, I'm in, like, a place of, like, I think there are problems. I think there are police who do abuse their power and have like, a power trip and, you know, think
especially judges.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. I have a friend who, and again, this is kind of the other side. I have a friend, a brother of a friend, really. His brother is my friend, but not like as close name with his brother. But he got arrested for a drug possession. Like, he had a couple Adderalls on him, and he was high. And
He was drunk.
Oh, he was drunk. That's right. Yeah. So I mean, he was absolutely, like, he deserves some sort of punishment. But this dude with no prior record, literally was ready to push full-blown felony. And all of the shit on him, with the only option he had. This happened in a county that wasn't ours, and the only option the judge gave him was he has to be a resident of Stark and he has to be on house arrest for a year and attend classes 3 times a week. And so, like, he lost his job over it. No prior offenses, by the way.
You guys ever watch the TV show / YouTube channel called Cotton Providence?
No.
It is like we need way more judges like this guy. They do a lot of short clips, but the judge is all the time like working with people, helping them. Hey, what up, Full Metal?
Welcome to Discord, buddy.
I dropped a link in there. That was from earlier today. They drop 1 or 2 every morning, but they have a ton of episodes up, and it's just cool because the judge, like, and since on TV, like, people make donations to the YouTube or however the YouTube makes money, and
is it like a real show? Like, it's not like a...
Yeah, it's like legit real show. Like, when I first I was like, this has got to be some bullshit. And then I looked into it, like, it's a judge in Rhode Island. We need way more judges in court systems like this.
And one positive thing I do think is that there are a lot of people that are... I think there are much more actually non-racist people now than there ever have been.
Whoa.
Hell yeah!
Like, in the populace, like I think that most of us have been living in this shit for long enough to just by, like, even if, like, your parents were, like, you've just been, like, put in the shit, you've been put into poverty, and you kind of, like, can associate with, like, oh, I see why, you know, minorities and poor people in general just get shit on. And, like, are, you know, quote unquote, like, more prone to criminal life and, like,
big
profile and shit.
The big banks don't see us as a money opportunity because our credit isn't that good, so they
or whatever the story. You got no, like, it's really hard to pull your shit out. Like, I mean, I have more respect for most of the students I see than myself. Like, kids, you know, like, single moms who are, like, you know, 5 years younger than me, who have, like, teenagers finally getting their shit together to a degree, and, like, you know, that's more gumption and willpower than I'll ever have. So, like...
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. No, just I couldn't. I was speaking for a bit, but I didn't know if you can hear me.
I didn't hear you if you were speaking earlier.
Real quiet or something.
Are you still talking about Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of people don't know where it came from. It wasn't Black Lives Matter when it was first made, and there was a guy called I think it's Darren. Let me see. Darren Seals. Right? What they did was the original members of what Black Lives Matter was before. It was what it was because it was the same movement. It was from what's that thing that happened in 2012 with the black kid? Fuck. Something that happened in
The Trayvon Martin or the one in
Mike-
Ferguson?
No, Ferguson. It was in Ferguson.
Michael Brown.
Yes, Michael Brown. Yeah. All right. Now that same movement was hijacked.
Yeah.
Right? And they killed off all of the original leaders. They're all dead. Like even after it happened, they were all dead or they're in jail. Right? And I mean, I think there's like 2 of them that's like on drugs in the street, but who knows how that happened? You know, because it's something about that generation that at a certain age we didn't become drug addicts. You know, the kids from the hood. I don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying. It's like at a certain age, nobody becomes a drug addict. It's just that no one touches crack at a certain like. They
Yeah, I
might
got
make a mistake. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but so yeah, man, like even when it was first, like when most people first seen it on the news and stuff, right, and they seen all the black people there, none of those people, the majority of those people you see out there protesting aren't from the hood, like aren't the
For sure.
struggling black people.
For sure.
And those kids out there, like they're like middle class, and they're like the kind of kids that if the way by the way they speak, if they came to like a real like the neighborhood that they say that they're trying to claim they're from, like those kind of neighborhoods, if they were to speak the way they speak, they couldn't say the word nigga. Can't say it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that black, white, you can't say it. You're not from
Yeah,
there.
we can't say it on D-Live either. Don't do that again, mate, yeah?
My fault, man.
That's actually, yeah, I mean, obviously we don't care about it. It's just a D-Live rule, so we respect it.
Yeah,
I don't know
right.
why, but we're not allowed to say that word.
Okay, but you know what? At least it was more educational. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
Right.
It was.
Yeah, no,
It
we're
wasn't-
fine. Yeah, we're fine. Keep going. Yeah,
No
we're
one,
good.
no one's offended here. It's fine.
Yeah. So you know, like this whole movement and how everybody views it, it's like to me, even like right now, the way you're explaining it sounds mainstream to me. I'm like, well, that's not really even. That's exactly what I know from knowing the truth. What they want people to explain, to be like, oh, it's this, and it's like it's none of that. You know, it's Bolshevism versus Zionism in all aspects. Even the group, the fist, everything about it. And most people from here know in the hood. Like most people think like it's us going out there and ravaging the cities, and it's like, well, it's
definitely not.
it's some, and it's like it's more like the only time, like in New York. Okay, I give it to you from where I'm from. Right, in New York, they did 2 nights of rioting. It wasn't even rioting; it was looting. Well, rioting, same shit. It was looting, and it was only certain specific stores that kept their that didn't board up, like Nike, and I forgot a few other places, but it's like they purposely didn't board up. Like, why wouldn't you? Every other store is boarded up in Manhattan right now, you know. And then they did it in the Bronx, and they ripped gates open, and that was a local thing. That was a straight local thing. It was no Black Lives Matter. It wasn't anything about. It was off of kids watching the news and seeing people rioting and then destroying their own neighborhood. You know, but that was the only one. Rochester is basically Detroit. It's like it's a movie set. It's fake. Nothing is open. There's nothing there. You know, like there is, but it's like it's dead. It's like going to the middle of nowhere and it's just crackheads and drug addicts and probably drug programs in those places like that. You know, like they probably have those things over there, and you know, none of it is real. And us in the hood, we know this. We know this 100%. You know, like we know that there's people like claiming there's gonna be like a civil war or whatever. Like, no, it's not. No, it's a bunch of people that's gonna go to the protest and act a fool, and everybody else is just like, what the fuck? Like most normal people, just like, what the fuck is like? This is dumb. Like,
Yeah,
nobody does
like
this.
I
except
do think
that watch TV.
I do think that in poor areas. I mean, I came from, my family was always like relatively poor, like in the suburbs, and I've lived in like hood-ish, if you want to call them that, areas for a while. And like poor people understand, like it doesn't, like race isn't really, no one cares. Like,
you know what's a good example, right? People that are not most say black and Hispanics, black. Let's just use black. Most so-called black. I don't really like to say black. Most so-called black kids. They are in the hood. We grew up on Malcolm X, right? And then public school, and when you go to just anywhere where it's not poor, they teach you.
They give you MLK.
Yeah, and, Martin Luther King was.
And no one teaches Fred Hampton.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's like the real motherfucker.
To me, Martin Luther King, he was part of the establishment.
He was whitewashed. He's been whitewashed post-mortem.
Yeah. It's basic. It was basically forced integration. I think that was the worst thing. What's that called? The Civil Rights Act. That was I think the worst thing that ever happened to so-called Black America. And it was the worst thing. It was before the Civil Rights Movement. Even in Jim Crow law, it helped the Black people. That Black people only did things with themselves and for themselves. They own their own stuff, and that's part of the reason why they created the Civil Rights Movement, to break that.
That's an interesting angle.
I'm not sure it's fair to say that Jim Crow helped black people, but I think the argument that Full Metal Jacket is saying is that after Jim Crow we like with the progression.
No, I get what he's saying. He's saying that
giving people money actually didn't help them.
I understand where you're coming from, especially the guy. I don't know your name. I'm sorry. The guy that has the English accent.
Mark, how you doing?
Mark. What is Mark, man?
Yeah, I am Mark Boggs. How you doing, buddy?
Dude, I didn't know you had an English accent.
That is due to me living in Bristol, in England.
In my mind, now you have one glass on your eye.
He has a monocle.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Monocle.
Most likely has a monocle.
Right? No, okay, but I understand what you're saying, right? And the reason why is it's like most people were taught, if it didn't come from here, if it didn't come from a journal, or it didn't come from your family, you didn't learn the truth. And the truth is that this whole racism thing is fake. Race is fake. The word racism, everything about it. Henry Pratt invented it in 1902. Same guy who coined the phrase "kill the Indian, save the man." So his whole makeup of the word racism, like everything he did was like back inverted. You get it? Like he was like the invert king, and he did it with a whole group of people, ethnicity of people, nation basically. Well, half of it, at least the South. But anyway, all of it is fake. So when we look at Jim Crow, most people see it like the way they were taught, but you really got to put your mind and in your body there, like when you think about it. And it's just like today, like they put up all this information that we can blatantly say is fake. That's why do they do that? And we just and we see it in real time, like, oh, we just pass by, oh, it's the fake news, and it's like, no, that's for the future. It's for the kids in the future to learn.
How are you justifying
done?
How are you justifying Jim Crow?
No, I'm not justifying Jim Crow laws. I'm saying that it was something put in place, like a name, a label to something, but nobody was living that. Nobody, like, blacks stood with blacks because they knew better. It was better to be tribal. It was better to stay with your people. The law thing was inconvenient, I guess, sometimes. The people who work in the city, but it was something that wasn't really happening. Like, even the word race, like, it wasn't really happening.
Wasn't Jim Crow laws like the whole law?
That was a separate but equal, like, segregation. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, there was a separate but equal segregation, legally enforced racial segregation.
I mean, look what they're doing out in California. They're trying to get rid of some of the civil rights and some of the civil rights laws and such. So,
Well, I'm trying to grab what's the positive of the Jim Crow laws
None.
from Full Metal.
I would say none, because I mean you're segregating people away, and then I mean that alone, I mean that's not freedom,
No, it's bad. I mean that's I mean it seems like objectively bad.
right? I mean Rosa Parks pretty much dedicated the ends of her life for ending Jim Crow laws.
There are plenty of people, like Jesse Lee Peterson, who is black, that say that black Americans were better off under Jim Crow laws, in terms of how their like the welfare state has actually caused down the devolution of the like the structure of the family, and it's actually had a negative impact on them.
There's people in
Georgia. Well, no, I'm trying to get like what it like from Full Metal, or if you're still, I don't know if you're muted or whatever, but what is a positive of the Jim Crow laws? Like what? Like you had like Tulsa, I guess, which was kind of a consequence of Jim Crow, or they Black Wall Street, but then that got ransacked, and there's a lot of I feel like it kept actual racism very much alive, and like killing people over the color of their skin is bad. So I'm just trying to get like what your angle is. Maybe your mic's busted or something.
I mean, you could argue that it was perhaps a necessary staging post. That maybe America needed to go through that as a transitional stage.
I think the stage again, I'm talking from just what he said, but like, yeah, like I think a lot of kids and a lot of people on a ground level would be more attached to an X over an MLK, but I mean MLK's been whitewashed over the years, and like the real guy from that era that really was speaking my language was Fred Hampton. And he was promptly executed at 21 years old. A man wise beyond his years. Where he was trying to downplay the whole race card.
Hello?
And make it. Hello?
Hey, there, it's working.
There he is.
Yeah. Okay. Where did it stop?
Yeah.
Like you haven't said anything since we started talking. We didn't hear.
Your mic was lit up green.
It was lit up, yeah.
But what did you hear last?
Literally anything since I tried to ask you questions.
I'd not heard your sausage from me for ages, mate.
No, but what was the last thing? I know we were talking about
So I was trying to ask you about like what's the positive of Jim Crow?
All right. Everything that we were taught, right? This whole like what we were taught about Jim Crow it's not, we lived it, but we didn't live it. Like it's like black people stood together because they knew it was better for themselves. Like they didn't do it because of the law. It didn't have anything to do with that. And it wasn't even black people in general. It was like country people stood with country people. And if you weren't too country, if you did anything that wasn't like, it didn't seem most insist at the time, they were like, you're not one of us. And I
don't agree with that though.
With the war, like, what happened?
I don't agree with that, but no, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree?
I think everyone should stand
why?
with everyone else because they're human.
You think what?
I think everyone should stand with anyone else because they're a human.
Agreed.
So long as they're obviously not like active pieces of shit.
That. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in perspective of the Jim Crow law,
Mm-hmm.
if with that happening in our attitudes, all right. The best way, because I kind of started at the Jim Crow, and I should even go before that. Now, everything from the Civil War to me, right? And I'm pretty sure it is. It just is. It's fake. Everything. Why we fought? It wasn't for slavery. The Union was really Europeans. They were immigrants hired by I forgot what. I know the war started in Crimea. It started somewhere else, and what they were really doing was they were breaking down the structure and trying to structure of the United States and trying to put their own in, and it was with the government, the U.S., the United States corporation that we have today, like they said it was for slavery, like it was against slavery, and it wasn't, because we didn't even use the word slaves. Well, that's a merchant's word. We didn't use the word slaves. Like none of that happened. Like whatever they're telling us is all lies. The word race is lies. The word racism, lies. All of it, lies.
Well, we're all human, right?
It didn't happen. We were taught racism in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. You know, right after our family went to war, most of our fathers died. You know, then all our mothers had to send the kids to school. You know, and that's where they taught us racism. That's where they taught us to be racist. But before that, you couldn't find it. You know, there were evil people, both sides. You know, and don't get me wrong, people who hated people for their skin, but that was a tactic. And I can imagine it got taught to people just to be like that, but that was for a short amount of time, very short amount of time. If you look at history, and you know that it's fake, it's like then you go back and you be like, okay, if this is fake, this couldn't have been happening. Like that, none of it makes sense. The chains don't make sense. Nothing makes sense. You know, like had people in slavery, like the way they tell us. So this whole Jim Crow thing, I know that it's just a word, a label, you know, that they to define a state of mind, for the future, right? Just like the word racism. You know, they tell you that something's going to happen, you know, or something they convince us that something has been happening, and the people that came before prepped the word. You know, and then they say that the word. You know, I don't know if I'm losing you.
I mean, okay, so like okay, so like, are you saying that like slaves weren't black?
Well, slaves weren't only black.
Not
slaves
all
were only black. Slaves are only
black.
Listen, slaves are only black for a short amount of time. Very short amount.
My Irish descent came here
they weren't slaves.
Ended up as slaves. They didn't come here as slaves.
The first
whites were slaves.
Exactly. The first slaves of America that we know of were white, and they were in the
black
Caribbean.
dude. Actually, what was his name?
They were indentured servants. That's not the same thing.
Exactly. No, but that's the real
it's
word.
shades of grey, but
slave is Slav. It came from the merchants, from the Swiss.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was used about white people, wasn't it?
No, not white people. Not white people.
Well, the Slavs are white.
Okay,
Slavs are white.
We're talking about a specific kind. No. People who named the Slavs. You see, that's the thing. The Slavs didn't make their name up at all. You know, they didn't call themselves Slav.
Greek did, Rome.
You know what I'm saying? No, but it was the Baltics, I believe. The Baltics, is that the right name? But anyway, these are all pirates. They're all pirates. Phoenicians, pirates. All of them.
In America.
Since forever.
Okay, so like, I mean, slavery existed in Rome. I mean, there's you know, various shades of white, brown, whatever slaves throughout.
Slavery. Listen, everything was like that. Compared to what? Slavery compared to what?
Slavery in the sense that you're doing work for no compensation. I mean, I guess you're given food. You're kept alive, but I mean, you're pretty much just put to the field.
This whole you work like this is brand new. I'm speaking about history here, so we're not. It's like, I mean, the whole history, not whole history, but what we know, this whole freedom thing is something that's really new. This isn't old. This isn't an old thing. You always had to work, right, really hard to even live since forever.
I mean, we have modern slavery now in its own, you know, bastardized sense.
I get what you're saying, but the only reason why I'm saying this right now is because we're talking about how people were thinking in the past. You know, how we were in the past. It's like we can't retroactivate or put it, like we can't just think the way we think now and try to put ourselves in you know, in the shoes from the people from back then, because all the words were different. The dictionary was different.
Sure, back then you had your labor force, which you just treated as shit.
No, wait, no, that's not true. You can't.
Hold on,
how do you have a labor force that you treat like shit? That's impossible. They'll die.
They'll revolt.
There'll be no business.
They'll revolt. Mutiny. But
Yeah.
here's like an example of slavery. Like in America, the first legal slave owner was Anthony Johnson, who was a black man who served his time as an illegal slave and gained his freedom in Virginia. And he owned 4 white and 1 black indentured servant to help him service his 250 acres.
Well, I'm
One
just
man-
trying to.
I think that's mostly lies, and I think everybody was indentured servant. I think if you owned everything, everyone had to work for you.
Well,
I-
that's just in a reference of
The men had to do
indentured
their part.
servant.
So here's my
Wait,
broad stroke of the path here is that we have a largely African couple generation removed sect of people that were essentially just imprisoned and picking cotton or whatever field workers were doing, or taking care of the elite. That was happening. And that's and then moving forward, we have that being part of the Civil War. The North had moved away from that, and the states' rights became a big like that was the like you can't take the right for us to operate as we have
the
forever.
North didn't move away from it. Wait. The
When-
North didn't move away from it. The North didn't move away from it. It
When
was
you
never happening.
when you guys hear the term indentured servant, what do you think?
Slave. It's a slave. It's another word for a slave.
But
You pay
it's
off your
not.
time. It's a
It's
time
actually
you
not.
commit X amount of years of your life
It's a
towards.
person who signs and is
Indentured
bound
servant-
by
indentured servant
indentures
is
to work
basically
for
a family
another
member.
for a specified time, especially in return for payment of travel expenses and maintenance.
Like you got to a place and like I'll work for you for X amount of time. You sign your quote
And
unquote life
usually
away.
was in trade
Lot
for
of- a lot-
land.
A lot of indentured servants live on the land, right? And they get to live like it's basically it's like you owning something, and you're not the person that worry about the taxes. I mean, maybe you are.
Right.
It's like
Right,
an
but once
intern
you
at
think-
the farm here.
Right,
Yeah, it's like
exactly.
basically, hey, you stay for 10 years,
Exactly.
you stay here forever, build your house.
And if you put indentured servant on there, people would probably be like, I'm not fucking signing that.
I would-
Sure, it's a precursor to an intern.
Listen, if Doc, if you ever need help, right, and you want to build, right, I guarantee you, there's a bunch of people who would help
Who will
you, as
sign
long
it.
as you said, yo, this is gonna be like a family, a future for everyone, for the people who live here, for like education, everything's gonna be here. I guarantee you, there'll be a bunch of people who would want to start with you. Guarantee. You know that. I know you know this.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I think that's I think that yeah, and I also agree with what you're saying about how some indentured servants and things of that sort were people that were wanting to just build community, but they knew that they had
And then
to
where else-
sign up for something.
Now here's the thing. Now back in the days, what else would you do if, regardless if you were black or white, if you didn't work for someone? You see that's where I think the animosity came with the whites for blacks. I don't think it was like right now we go, oh, it's because the blacks were lazy and the whites didn't like the and no, it was because the blacks, right? They were it was an easier custom for them, right, to become an indentured servant, a slave. But indentured servant, I say indentured servant because I know they treated the slaves well. Not all of them. I know there's evil people. I think the
Yeah,
evil
there
people
were some
not
bad.
treating the slaves bad, right? I mean, the evil people treating slaves bad was the one jealous that they had to live in the street. They didn't have a job. They had
Right.
none of that.
Here's
You
a
get what I'm
perfect
saying?
example to that. George Washington, one of the ladies who worked for him for a long time in his tobacco fields after her time was up, left for 2 years, come back with her family and asked for her job back, and the Washingtons gave her room, board, and land and says, you work X amount, we'll pay you X amount. So
Now-
she
so-
came back as
when
an
people-
employee.
When people see black people as crazy for flagging the rebel flag, Confederate flag, they don't know that their people know the truth. A lot of them. I know a lot of those guys, right? They know even the original Klansmen, right? The original Klansmen, right? They were Native Americans, blacks, whites. Their whole entire they were trying to kick out the European settlers that fought with the Union, that they were granted whatever they pillaged and everything, and they were granted whatever, you know, their families could come as long as they fight for the North, right? They were trying to scare them off, right? And after a while, it became a thing where it was a white versus black thing. And I think it was because all the like the way they indoctrinating us, like what they're doing today, and they have everybody picking sides. I think that's what they were doing back in the day. I think they were doing the same thing, the same exact thing.
I don't think it became a white versus black thing progressively, like over time when slaves were there. I think it was always a white versus black thing as soon as there was black slavery in America. Because if you were black in America, you were a slave. There were no black people in America that were slaves like early doors.
No, I don't.
Right?
I don't think that's totally wrong. That's 100% wrong. You had a lot of black slave owners. If you served your indentured servitude, and there was a lot of black people before they started bringing the black people from Africa over here. If you owned, like, this is what I was getting to, with what else would you do, right, out there, right?
I'm not.
Who didn't own, or anybody who didn't
I'm aware
own
that
land,
there were a lot of black slave owners. I mean, there's a video in the book doc that I put there of a black chap sitting there just for 25 minutes, just reading the names of all of the slave owners. I'm aware of that, but like, I don't think that there were many black people in America
Now here's the thing.
that weren't slaves, right? Like, are you telling me that there were?
I say that there were a decent amount of black people here, right? And there were a decent amount of white people, and there were a lot of natives, right?
There are way more white people though.
Now because the whole slavery thing happened, that I'm thinking, like, this is off of reading a bunch of books and just getting into history, dabbling here and there. I think that because a whole bunch of black people started coming here as the merchant slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
There started being a stigmatism against blacks, like, oh, every black we see, they probably a slave, and that's where that whole thing generated. That's where it generated at.
Sure, I don't disagree with that.
But I think there was a whole bunch. I think there were almost as many black slave owners, maybe a little more than half as many black slave owners as white slave owners.
No way.
Right? I'm 100%.
No possible.
I'm 100%
No possible.
Sure.
There's no possible way.
Yeah, I think that's wildly.
This is the reason why. This is the reason why, though. If you owned land, right, and there was a lot of black people who owned land, their spot, right, you were able to have an indentured servant, right, and you were able to. And there were a lot of these black people who had that. A lot of, you know, and it's like I think most of the black people who were here from before, right? I think most of them had their own land. That's the only way they.
How did they get here?
You see, the history that you.
That was the key question I was going to point out.
Now here's the thing: the history. If you're going to go
sold them to us because they were criminals mostly in that area.
I don't think that. I think that
true, though.
we had. Listen, I think that we had a cities here. Cities. I think there were giant cities. There were a lot of structures, there were a lot of buildings, right? And I think America isn't what they were telling us. I think
This
America
is a rabbit hole.
Hello?
I can still hear you. I can still hear you.
Sorry for me. Carry on, buddy. Sorry, Karen.
I think America was something else, and that's what I keep saying. It's like we know Babylon's a liar, right? But we believe Babylon when it speaks about Babylon. That's the problem. Right, everything that I'm saying, like, if all that history is fake, then everything is fake. Go back. Keep on. It's like, and if you put up most of the things you read, and then you look up new information that's out, you'll figure out that like all of it is lies. Like this whole black slavery thing. I get into conversations with black people all the time about this, right? And they're very open to hear this, and I feel like because it's true. Right, and not that they can prove it. I can just prove it right now with the way what I'm saying, you know. But it's more like it makes more sense than the lie that they gave us.
I would argue, like, I mean, I feel like the middle area there. I mean, I'm sure that there were black slave owners, but I think it's pretty much objective fact that a majority of slave owners were white. Like, that's just like proportion wise, like just what the country is played out as.
The only way you own slaves is if you own property. The majority of slave owners were Jews, and Jews are not white.
Are we calling Jews black?
Jews are not white.
I mean, they are for all intents and purposes. I mean, if like
No, listen. You're gonna keep doing that.
They're
You're gonna keep
brown.
up in life, they're not white.
wait, are we going to like anti-Semite territory? Because I mean, like that whole like narrative's another angle.
Listen. The anti-Semitic that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. No anti-Semitic. It's like we don't hate Jews. We're not blaming all the
Okay.
Jews.
Okay.
We can say the ship owners were Jews, the banks were Jews.
Sure.
People
Whatever.
who controlled everything Jews. The cops Jews.
Wait,
Everything
but
Jews.
hold on, because we got to remember it's the Ashkenazis who infiltrated the Jews. So
Yeah, but there's a lot
not
of
all
names that
Jews are
infiltrated.
bad, and
It's
not
a-
all.
It's not. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not a. I'm not blaming all the Jews. I even said that. I said I'm not blaming all the Jews. But I'm just gonna label that. I'm gonna put that out there. Like when we say white,
Right.
don't say that's even Malcolm X. Not all the time, right? And I think it's something he figured out before he died, right? But in the beginning, he would separate whites from blacks, liberals from conservatives. But after a while, he started blaming the Jews, and that's when he died, right? But you have to separate them. You can't put whites and it's like everything. Even the double S, the double S were Swiss and they were Zionists. You know, and I don't mean Jews isn't Jews. I mean Zionists. The Zionists are Bolsheviks. You basically call them either or. You know, but
The only good argument that I've ever heard from anybody as to why Jews should be considered as a different race to whites is because is when people say, well, Jews say that they're a different race, so they must be, and like, nah, that's just nonsense. I'm sorry. That what?
no, but that's
You're
why I
white,
say,
Okay, so-
I say don't say so-called black and don't say black and white. Say so-called, because
Okay.
it's like you could be like I'm white, and I'll be like, no, you're not. What are you? Like, where are you from? Scottish. Okay, Scottish trumps white. You are where you.
Okay,
come
but like what it boils down to is like, I mean, it does boil down to black and white though in this
No, that's
country.
Well, hold on.
Like,
I do.
to the average person, it does.
I do wanna-
made up.
Sure,
I do-
it boils down to
It's
bullshit.
fake.
I do want to add something. In the I'm just looking up census data since I have access to it. In the 1790s, now remember in the 1790s we did not include natives as Americans. So this is vitally important when it comes to that. Natives were not considered. You were not considered an American because we still had native territories in 1790s. So in 1790, now I don't actually have a breakdown of black versus thing, but non-white, that's what we're referring to. So in 1790, at least 20% of the population that was counted was non-white. In 1790, that was the first year that we officially did a census.
Is it 70 was how much? 70 was what?
20% of at least 20% of the population counted. So, and I'll just pass along, since working with the census, if we count in 1790 anything like we count today, we missed quite a few people.
But slavery had been up and running for quite a while by then, though, hadn't it? Right.
Well,
Well,
again, like,
I mean, 1790, you know, we only had 16 states in 1790. So we had only added 3 states into the United States since then.
And what are we looking at? Like, are we surveying? It's gonna be like mostly East Coast through like what?
I'm using census data.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. And census is not going to be inclusive. We don't have data collection. Data collection is always my number one discrepancy for sure.
What are you asking?
Who's in
What-
charge of the census? Oh no, forget it. No, keep the question.
Yeah,
I'd
what were you
assume
at?
the federal.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, all I'm getting at is like proportionally, there's just no chance that there were, as you were stating, at least half of all slave owners being of African descent.
Oh, he didn't say African descent. No, I will.
He
I'm
said
gonna
black.
No, he said black.
So-called black.
Yeah,
That
but
means
we.
so-called black could be. So-called is like if you're dark skinned, it's the black thing is a trick. White and black is a trick.
Real okay.
Yes,
So the politically correct term today that he would be using would be POC.
Okay.
What's that?
Person
People
of
of color.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we? I mean,
Which is
Now remember, most Italians, most folks from the Mediterranean countries were not considered white.
and because they're not.
Yeah. So
yeah,
this
and
this
I agree. I agree with
Anybody that isn't from Bristol isn't white, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, so I'm, American white.
The Welsh don't count. The Scottish certainly don't.
if you're a ginger,
That's what
you're
I'm
not.
saying.
If you're ginger,
It's
you don't
just-
have a soul, so you're not
it's-
white.
Good
All right,
God,
we're
the
arguing,
gingers.
We're arguing with
Clearly another
Babylonian
race.
tactics, with Babylonian vocabulary, like poison like our vocabulary is
So-
poisonous.
I'm just trying to grab it. Yeah, I agree. I think language has been bastardized to horrible degrees, and I'm trying to just grasp what your argument is, because it has been distilled down to white in America in 2020 means you have light skin. And you can group people of color into Hispanic, Latino, Black.
Yeah, but it's hard to talk about history with that.
Yes, I know.
And I think that was purposely created for that. It's like so when you say that
I
it
don't
was mostly
disagree.
whites, you say it was mostly whites, so it was blacks. I'm like, well, from what I understand, it was like 92% with 92% I think Jewish slave owners, I think 5% white, like 3.5 black, 2% native. I don't know, it was around that. That number it's around there. But and I think that everything has been set up, right? And it could have been by accident. It could have been like, okay, this is better. Even if it wasn't planned out.
What
people in
happens
charge
is
are like, this is better.
it's easier
It's
to
better if we do
explain. It's easier to explain to the average idiot one way or another. And at some point, Irish, Italians, British, whoever, anyone who has light skin is white now, and blacks are easily to distinguish from the rest. I mean, we had a lot of Chinese slaves. We had Japanese slaves. Anyone who you bring them, so people coming here, immigrating under false pretense, or whether or not you want to call it false pretense, you come here for work. We'll pay for your passage, and you have to work for us for X amount of time. Whatever you want to call that, is what we are calling slavery. And by and large, those people were of African descent, and that's what's led into what the pockets that happened because of that. Jim Crow laws became a thing. Keeping people segregated over skin color was easy for the average idiot to understand. For whatever reason, we need that was just these people were second class citizens, and they're not paying their full term or whatever. However you want to label it, that's what happened. They were forced into ghettos. They were forced into shit areas that weren't really supported. They weren't really treated as people still, and that is what is.
All right, your narrative. All right, how about this one?
Mm-hmm.
There were indentured servitude. There was indentured servitudes in America before the slaves came, right? Slavery and indentured servitude, the same meaning, no difference.
Yep, pretty much.
All right. Now, how about there was a bunch of lazy people, or people that didn't know, not even lazy, didn't know how to or what to do, right? Now people were taking indentured servitudes and probably taking the smartest, the strongest, the prettiest. Oh, you're part of the family now. You're part of the family now. Now blacks come in. Now, mind you, everything goes on like this. Everything is indentured servitude. Everything is indentured servitude. Everything, every work, every job, everything is barely paid. Everybody's poor, dirt poor. Land. The only people making money are the people who
own land,
who have and own land, and that's it, right?
Yep.
Now blacks come in. They get all the jobs, all the indentured servitude, right? They're all working. They all have a home. They all have a nice place. I think that's what was really happening. I'm not saying that they weren't getting treated bad by people who were jealous. People who fuck them, fuck the blacks, just angry at them. not saying that didn't happen, but I'm saying the way we even say it came up just doesn't make sense. And then the way we know that is because we come into these stupid, poisonous arguments. Oh, the blacks and the white. It's like that's why
Yes.
it's there.
Yes, it is.
I-
Let me lay down
go ahead, man.
my philosophy. Like, yes, I really think that racism shouldn't be something we are discussing anymore, and there are still things that are problems. I do think that the police force there is a racial undertone happening on average. It's not everyone, obviously, but it's something that's there. It's part of black culture to be scared of police. It's something that black people tell their
Yeah,
children.
but dude, that's a lie too, man. That's a big lie. That's
Okay,
I mean, yes and no.
Matt.
no. I could
Did
prove
you
it.
did you guys see that link that I posted in the chat earlier about like what's happening in the UK? Like it was a link from the BBC.
I'm not talking about the
which
UK. I'm
is
talking about the US. I'm talking about the US though. Like I'm talking about here.
Okay.
Okay, so wait, I
I
gotta
can prove it though.
Matt.
I can prove that there's no racism.
I mean,
I can really prove that.
Yes, and I do think that. I think that there are like I mean I have seen it as it's been a economic divide. That's what it really is. And all of the race arguments are distractions to keep people bitching amongst the common folk, to keep them distracted from real issues like going after the upper echelon of society. I do believe that, absolutely.
You think the stop and frisk was racist?
Stop and frisk. I mean, you're so I mean it's definitely gray area, but by and large you're gonna be hitting like the grunt beat cop is going to probably be frisking black people more often than white people. But I mean, anyone who looks suspicious, I mean, you can tell a fucking shady white guy and a shady black guy. Like that has nothing to do with race. But like when you have there's plenty of
Okay, now. So
Good.
many times it wasn't even funny. I'm light skinned. I look white. Right? So I got arrested so many. I probably got arrested more than 40 times in the span of like 3 years.
okay. And
Now-
what did you say? You're Hispanic?
Well, no, I look white. I got green eyes, bluish green eyes. Believe me, I look like I look like the average white kid. Especially growing up. Now I kind of look Arabic, man. I am, but it
So
I
what's
guess
your
like
what's your ethnicity?
I'm Hispanic and European.
Okay.
And a little bit of Arabic there. But the whole,
Some brown, some white,
yeah,
whatever.
a little of everything.
Gotcha.
Now,
He tans
those-
well.
so those,
Mm.
those, yeah, I tan really well. Those few years were the safest years I've ever experienced in the Bronx.
Of like stop and frisk?
Years- Yes.
Okay.
Let me tell you something, man. Everyone carries on them. Everyone. Right? These guys are like they're uncontrollable, man. And it has nothing to do with them being black.
Yes, absolutely.
So
It's where they grow up.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's and our laws that we can't have guns. I think if you had the right to protect yourself, there would be less things that happen. Just like in the places where you're allowed to have a gun, there's less crime. There's less. There's people that are more careful. Nobody wants to lose their gun. Put it like that.
Okay.
Like that's the worst that can happen besides going to jail. But I mean, if you're in an altercation, you might go to jail, might not if you were allowed to have the gun or not. But it's just the whole thing. Nobody wants to lose their gun. Nobody wants to lose that right.
Mm-hmm.
So people behave with it. And people, like, but that whole entire stop and frisk thing, it was some of the safest few years, and it was so necessary, and it cleaned up the area. It made everything better. Even the drug dealers that were going through it knew it. Like they all knew it. They were like, "Oh, this is better. This is way better." Like the drug dealers are glad the gangsters are gone.
Okay. Yeah, I mean these are issues. These are like micro issues that I don't even like really think about as like a.
Yeah, we're glad there's guys that would come rob you. There was guys who would just walk up to like 7 dudes and like, give me your money, your drugs, everything. And there's people who got their whole rent in their pocket. I gotta pay my rent. But I'm just saying it made it that didn't happen anymore. A lot of people went to jail.
So what are you saying the spin on that? Like, what are you saying the spin on that is then?
Well, what I noticed is that it didn't matter what color you were. It didn't matter. It didn't matter what ethnicity or anything. It was just, were you around a red zone? Were you hanging out? Were you this? Didn't matter if you were white. You know, all the Hispanics that were completely light skinned like me, they got arrested just as much as everybody else.
Yeah, and like and this is something. Yeah, this is good because like that's like what that's kind of like solidifying my point on there are good cops who just like, that's a shitty motherfucker, I'm going to go after him, and it shouldn't matter that he's black, it shouldn't matter he's white, right? But like we're at a point now where like now cops are getting scared of going after black people, and it's like like we gotta fix the problem, and it's a societal problem. So it's like the cops are like they're the band-aid to try to fix the problem, but it's a problem that's been self-imposed by our society.
I think the reason why that's happening.
Maybe. Hey, corrections, DL.
I think it happens. I think it's more of a moral thing, right? It could be a what do you call it? It could be. And it's a moral thing. You know, I in New York right now. It's I don't know if you've been paying attention to the protests in the city. Not like Rochester and it's all a suburban area. But you go to the city, you watch the few protests that happen, the cops whoop their asses. Barely any riot gear. They just go there and they captain in the front, white shirts in the front, like a good fucking leader, and they just come in with nightsticks, wielding nightsticks. Hitting everybody. Go home. Right?
Okay.
I think it's a moral thing. And I don't think these cops, it's not that it's not even that these cops are morally good. They have a different attitude.
They know the solution they know the immediate solution to the problem.
Yes, but it's kick their asses, right?
Sure.
Where at the same time, it's like, I don't care if I lose my job, I'm gonna kick your ass. It's a moral thing. It's like well, if it was a morally good cop, it was like, I'm not losing my job.
Has anything crazy happened in New York since all this broke out? I would like New York, Chicago.
No, all right.
Because I feel like those cops are pretty street hardened.
I tell you what, the first night, you know when the looting happened in Manhattan, they were like, it was one night that happened. It was like one big night, right? The day after they tried to do that, and that it happened in the Bronx and Manhattan the same day, I believe. Right, and then the day after,
the other two characteristics.
Either the one in Manhattan happened in the Bronx the next day, but anyway, the day after or 2 days after, they tried to do it again in Manhattan, and they tried to do it uptown where all the Dominicans live at, and the Dominicans, they got in a group of like 600, and they chased, like they basically policed their neighborhood. The police were there, but the police didn't do anything because there was just so many.
Just like making sure no one's fucking up the community.
Yeah, and then they try to protest on a bridge maybe 2 weeks ago. They stopped the bridge and then they try to go through the heights again, and the cops, they stopped them because it was like basically they were gonna run into, it was a Friday night, they were gonna run into the wrong people, and the cops whooped their asses. And it ended within 15 minutes of walking in the city off the bridge. But that's how it should happen everywhere.
Yeah. No, I'm with you for sure. And like that's why I think these things happen in places like Seattle and Kenosha, which is like, you know, a whatever city.
Exactly.
Like there was even like we were watching one of the riots, like it was like the day or two after the Kyle, whatever his name is, shooting. We saw that live, and like a day or two after, like at the end, it was a really boring kind of stream. Nothing really happened, but like this guy we were following was a CJTV, whatever his name is. He started interviewing this like random. There was like this random pack of poor people, and there was like this big black dude and a couple other black people and a couple like scrawny white dudes and like some fat white ladies. Like they're just all like sitting outside and with like golf clubs, like being like pretty much telling these kids to get off their fucking property. Like, and then he just like interviewed him, and like just like listening to those people talk, I was like, oh, that's like my neighborhood. Like this is what would happen. like people would be like just like no one here gives a fuck about skin color. We're not talking about that. You know, like the guy that was on TV talking about how he's like a community leader. I don't know who the fucking guy is. He's not a community leader. I've never seen that guy in my fucking life. Like, we're out here just like, you know, like making sure people aren't like fucking over our neighbors' houses and like, you know, ransacking this like shitty little pizza store we have or this convenience store. Like, and I feel like that gave me like this like kernel of hope where it's like, okay, there are people who understand that it is just it's a poverty struggle, and this is just being exacerbated as like these like flashing lights of like, oh, racism's this major problem. And it's like, racism is still around to a degree, but it's not really the problem. The problem is that there's a wealth gap, and people are living in shit when they shouldn't have to, and they're good people.
See, but my idea on that is that whatever's happening now, right? It's like, okay, 15 years ago, there wasn't any talk of racism. Any.
I would say in the past 10 years, it like I felt that too. I definitely felt like there was like racism was largely.
Dave Chappelle, there was no racism.
Dave Chappelle was a fucking bastion of like, Dave Chappelle was the shit.
We have Borat, Dave Chappelle. There was no racism. There wasn't any. What they're doing right now is preparing information for the kids in 15 to 20 years from now.
I mean, it's a scary thought.
That's exactly what they do. That's how they got us. That's why we say the whites. I'm saying everything that they did back then was a lie. It was all it, and they've been doing that since before that and before that and before that. You know,
I'm with
conspiracy.
you.
Like, it's like, no, but that's actually what they're doing. Like, if you broke it down, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, because it's
that's why
easy
nothing
to
makes
get.
Sense.
Yes, it's easy to get people to bitch over like things that seem like apparent.
Nothing makes sense right now. Right now, there's all this information that's 100% fake. Us as a society, we can see that that's everyone, not only the left, the right. There's a bunch of information that everybody could clearly go, that's dumb. Even though, because the way we're brainwashed, some people go, oh, they fight over it. That's a lie. That's that, whatever. But it's clear as day that these things do not make sense. Nothing makes sense. There's things that it's just like okay, like we see it as they're what do you call it? Like that's part of the elites and this and they're planning on. It's like, well, they're planning on our demise, but it's not. They're planning on information for the public education of the future.
Well, yeah, it's to keep it like the entire like re-incited race war, quote unquote, that's happening right now is to keep the people who could rally fighting amongst themselves.
Fact checks, all this stuff that's happening, all this deletion, all the kids will be in school learning remotely, like in front of a computer in their home or in a facility away from each other, like what they're doing now. They're preparing us for it. Now, they're only going to be taught information they're going to learn online. Guarantee you the book burning is happening now. Book burning is happening with the lying. The book burning is happening with the information, the over information they're hitting us with. Like they're hitting us with so much information it's not even funny. Like it's hard to learn. It was like to be a truther 15 years ago was a lot easier than today because there's all lies. But those lies are all for when there's public school happening in 20 years from now. You know, the teacher's gonna say, open up, you know, put on page whatever in your laptop or whatever, and it's gonna read the news articles and all the fake fuckery that's happening right now on the news and on YouTube and on their channels and on their, all of that is for them. They're only gonna know that craziness that they're faking, and they're not gonna know any of the shit that we're saying now. Like, oh, it's all fake. They're not gonna know that unless we tell them. That's what I was telling you earlier. Unless somebody told you it came from a journal or it came from someone straight from them, that's the only way you're gonna get information. Like a family, it came from the family line. That's what your father's father told you. You know?
Both have. Okay, so like the problem, yeah. I mean, like when a huge power is spinning a narrative for the populace to digest, that's a problem. We want to remove bias is really what it comes down to, and it's like it is removing evil, not removing evil. Like like getting people to understand like the follies of the past and getting them to move forward and be better. But I do think that there is a movement to keep people in lost in the sauce, just like totally fucked up and not knowing what reality is. I do believe that. So,
what do you think COVID and Black Lives Matter are? I mean, like, I believe in this New World Order shit. Like, I think this is all just artificially created. It's not real. It's just manufactured. They control all of the media, so they can do this sort of shit. They've whipped it all up. It's just, all you've got to do, Matt, is just make the jump to believe that this isn't organic and somebody made this happen, and then you're one of us.
So what?
That's it. So what do me and you disagree about now?
The jump is,
all, mate. That's it.
I don't. Again, nothing has changed about my opinion. I just don't buy into the full blown world domination scenario. I think it's just.
I don't really either, though. So.
Okay, well then, like, why are you arguing?
I can help you know, but I can help you with this right now. I can help this right now, though, regardless argument, or if there's an argument or not. Right now, I don't believe All right, you see how I believe that this whole thing is fake? Like everything they taught us, history, everything is fake, right? What also goes with what's being fake is everything they tell us now. Like from the intelligence of AI, everything is a lie. I don't think AI is anywhere as smart as they tell us it is at all. I think it's more convenient for us to believe that. While they do other things, while our mind is on AI and this is how they're preparing things for the future, and we think that this is happening when they're gonna jump out of this. They're gonna jump out of AI. They're gonna jump away from it because the world is gonna change, right? But anyway, I don't believe even like, especially with AI, is as smart as what they're telling us at all. I don't believe. Some people come and say that they're blocking the sun. Like there's all kind of like, what do you call it? What's that shit called?
With aluminum.
Yeah, there's a bunch of ways they're doing this, and I'm like, okay,
chemtrails, solar.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that they can do things like that, right? But I'm like, wait, it just seems more convenient for them to lie to us and make us think that that's happening, and that's not what's really happening. I think if the sun gets blocked off, it's natural, right? It's natural. It's something that we don't know, right? And they're controlling what we think about it. You get it? Because it happened naturally. Things happen naturally in the air and with the earth and with vibrations, and things happen that's not natural, like when they mess with like specific vibrations and infrared energy and all kind of shit like that, and ultraviolet, and like I think that changes things. But I think they know how it changes things. It's like that. And I think they mapped out the stars, and that seems more possible because we know they mapped out the stars. But I think they mapped out the stars in a way to where they know how to convince us of stories. You get what I'm saying? That and it makes us believe. It's like more of a trick, and I think
like
that's their big
tricks.
Tricking us is their biggest thing. Like tricking us.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're definitely
CIA trickery.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there is a layer of keeping the common folk bitching amongst themselves, just keeping them mad at each other, like for whatever reason. Now it's race for some reason, like gay versus straight was a big one for a while, like things that don't really matter and shouldn't in like the American ideal. Yeah, keeping people in clans, keeping tribal mentality alive and present.
I said the whole trans agenda is just something that doesn't need to be an issue, but it's just being used as like we don't have men and women anymore now.
Yeah, the average person shouldn't even care, though, is what I'm saying. Like, who cares if a man wants to wear a dress or cut his dick off, whatever, it's fine. As long as you are not, raping children or doing something horrible, that's fine. Go ahead. Like that.
I was thinking about that yesterday, and you're right and wrong at the same time. I think it's all in timing. 20 years ago, I was to the middle, but I was basically a leftist when everybody was like, gay is really dumb, right? But they had really dumb reasons why gay is dumb, right? But they were at a point where they were leaving at what was really strict at a time, and we needed something really loose, like to loosen us up. You know, like just the way we viewed life. And then right now, it's becoming really loose, and we need to tighten it up. It's like, I'm a really peaceful guy, but if a guy has a baby through his ass in the next 10 years, I will be the start of the crusade. And 10 years ago, I didn't think like that. Fuck it, let him have shit out his baby, whatever. But it's becoming so crazy that I'm like, no, I'm gonna make a sword and I'm gonna put a sword and a gun together, and I'm gonna, you know, like, it's gonna be some problems.
But why? but I mean, like, why? Like,
because we're at the point where that would happen. We're at the point where cuties is happening. We're at the point where
now cuties is another argument. I was fully willing to give it the benefit of the doubt before it came out, but it's bullshit. It's absolute child porn trash, and it needs to not exist and shouldn't be on a mainstream platform.
I mean, don't.
What was it that swung you on that, Matt?
The actual footage of it.
Just actually watching it.
The 14-year-old boobs.
I didn't watch it. I saw a video montage of someone shitting on it and just showing clips from it, and it's like, it's worse than you thought it was, and it was, and I was just like, yep, why? Like, I can't imagine the cameraman has to be a pedophile. Like, it's fucked up.
Hey Matt, can I ask you a math question real fast? Because I'm trying to figure something out that I'm really interested in. How do I figure out 3/5 of 700,000?
Multiply 3 divided by 5 times 7,000.
Okay.
You literally just type in anything 3 divided by 5 times 7,000. It's all the same speed.
Alright, so what we were saying though, you know, that would be the reason why. It's because it gets too loose. It's always like that. It's always before we get strict, it's really open, and then when it gets too open, it gets really strict, and when it gets too strict, people vote for really open.
But I mean, what does it matter if it's too loose in terms of like how like a small sect of society behaves?
Because
as long as it's not hurting anyone else.
When things become open as they are today, we start normalizing everything. When it becomes open, we have
I'll take swords up with you if pedophilia became norm. Yes, I will join a crusade to stop that from happening.
But it only does though. You get it? Like, if you wanna live in an open society, an open okay, it's okay if we're gay. It's okay.
It's okay to be gay.
But you have to understand that they teach sexual education to third graders, and you have to teach what a father and a father is, and they have to teach
be gay or bi or whatever. Who cares about that? It doesn't matter.
You have to teach a third grader sodomy.
You don't need to teach a third grader sodomy. A kid's not sexually.
That's how it works. In order to make it.
It's not though. It's not though.
Like, whether you're gay or straight shouldn't make any difference to the age that you.
You heard? It's the only way that it's happened. You're saying it's not. You get it? You're saying, oh, it's not, but we're here. Babylon fell already. It happened before. Why did Babylon fall? Because people were being really gay.
There's nothing wrong with
if
being
you're going
gay.
to cite Sodom and Gomorrah as a source, dude, you're going to struggle with, people that don't see the world like you do. You know that, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to see people. All right, right now, you could go, okay, a 14-year-old wearing a short skirt, it's not that bad. I don't sexualize women. It's okay, right? In order to say the 14, like now, we got to the 14-year-old wearing a short skirt from having something else. Like, we were open about something else before that. It came to that. It all leads to more open and more open. It always does. You can't say, oh, well, it doesn't. It's the only way it works. It works in that exact way, and it's a cycle.
But knowing as a kid where babies come from, right? I mean, I lost my virginity as I was turning 16. My girlfriend was like 15 or 14. I knew that I didn't want to have a kid, so we had safe sex. I mean, like that was like something that was my privilege. Like I knew not
that's
to.
That's not a privilege. Wait, that's not.
It is a privilege.
And you messed up that girl. Not your.
No, we didn't mess anyone up. We didn't mess anyone up. We didn't mess anyone up.
Messed each other up.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. I fully believe we did not. No problem.
Did you marry her?
No, who cares? That's not how people should operate. You shouldn't just marry the first person you have sex with. That's what leads to horrible parentage.
Decision.
You think so? I think that's what leads. I think what you're saying led to today, to a bunch of fatherless kids and gays and homos.
No, there's nothing wrong with gays and homos.
You don't get what I'm saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying. One thing leads to another. It's a cycle.
Okay,
it's a pendulum.
So what he said. So So what Full Metal's saying is we had cultural norms, and every time we challenge those cultural norms and we normalize a cultural norm, we're swinging the pendulum in one direction. And so where in the past it used to be, we used to have the values of you didn't sleep with someone until you planned on marrying them. And then we got to the point where, okay, you didn't sleep with them until you planned on really liking them and wanted to spend, maybe spend the rest of your life with them. And then it got to the point where we're today where you can just fuck anything you see because it's kind of fun.
But that dynamic changed because of an invention called the pill that only happened like 70 years ago, though, implying that there's some sort of progressive thing that's evolved over time. Is just
it's almost like we've changed
the entire sexual revolution is just about the pill. That's it. It's just we've actually got a contraception method that works now. We didn't before.
Thank you. It's something that led to what we have now.
What's wrong with what we have now, though?
It didn't work.
Okay, I will tell you what doesn't work is two parents having a kid and being forced into wedlock when they don't like each other, like my fucking parents.
But that only listen. Now a 16-year-old and a 16-year-old, right? I even think a 30-year-old, right, and a 16-year-old would be okay, right?
No.
If, and this is a big if, right? If it would be better if she married a 30-year-old than live in a crazy society with people that believe that they you get it, if that's the more because we're heading to a place right now to where it's going to be Babylon again.
So what Full Metal say? What Full Metal?
It would be better if somebody goes, yo, I have a farm. Does that person have a farm? Yeah, but he's 30. Listen, we need to start a family. Listen, you're 15. You're going to get married. He's going to love you for the rest of your life.
Trash.
You're going to start a whole family from young. Boom, 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 boom. And you're going to have a whole bunch of kids. You're going to start all over. Those are emergencies. Not emergencies. That's not
He's
even
smart.
emergency.
She'll pull a life insurance policy.
Yeah.
I don't know. He died on the tractor.
But no, it's actually not. You actually live a longer life when you do farming. When you live the natural.
Well,
life.
it's also you. I was gonna say you were gonna say that, but you actually men live longer life if they marry someone at least 10 years younger than them. Anyways, what he's also what I'm surmising.
This is gonna be a hill I would die on because I fully 100% disagree with all that.
Okay, well, so what I'm hearing
Really?
is hearing is he doesn't want a Brave New World, and I don't want a Brave New World. I think sexual liberation is wrong. I actually look at what I've done through the course of my life, and I'm kind of embarrassed. Like, honestly.
Oh my God.
Now that being said, I don't know if we should marry the first person that we have, a sexual encounter with. But I do think
and I'm not saying that either. I am saying that, but yeah, but whatever.
What you should do is you should do what I do. Is you shouldn't have sex with someone unless you plan to be with them for the rest of your life.
Absolutely.
You don't need to marry them, and it's fine if you change your mind about that. You just go and do it with another one. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can do that as many times as you like, but you should, in your mind, be planning to do that. And you shouldn't enter into a relationship with someone that you're willing to have sex with, unless you do plan on spending the rest of your life with them. Just do that.
Yes.
I've lived the rock star lifestyle, like man whore, to I'm with the woman I plan to spend the rest of my life with, situation. I'm in it, and I mean, I'd rather be in my situation now where I'm with the person I plan to be with the rest of my life. But before, I mean, it was always consensual. It was a lot of fun.
But
So,
was it harmful? But was it harmful?
If you just pretend that you don't have the pill and live your life as pretending that you don't have the pill, you're fine.
I didn't have a kid until I felt I was ready to have a kid.
Now, okay, no. So let's look at it this way,
Good
okay?
job.
If contraception didn't exist, and let's even just say that 50% of pregnancy, or 50% of sexual acts led to pregnancies, okay, and pregnancies could not be, aborted. How would that change society?
I think, okay, so I feel like I have a very...
You're Brave New World. I get it. I'm just saying you have the Brave New World mindset that everyone belongs to everyone else. Not sure what happened.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear anybody else for a minute.
Yeah. Is it only me and you?
I guess it's only me and you right now. So, the two Puritans, I guess.
Yeah. you know what, yo, really, Doc, man. You know, I really wanted to get in this conversation because it's like, you know, it's exactly what I was telling you though. It's like everybody speaks about the Babylon that they know is a lie. Everybody speaks what Babylon teaches them, knowing that Babylon is a lie. Hello?
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
You know, and then so when people bring up points, I'm like, you know, I get what you're saying because I learned it too. You know, but I know that it's a lie. Everything we've been taught is a lie. Not everything, but you get it. It's like socially, everything's fucking everything. It makes sense where people don't get it because it becomes almost unbelievable. Like it's a world flip when you realize that everything's a lie. You know, well, when somebody just tells you, you know, rather than when you learn it, when you graduate, you learn it. You know. But I really believe that, man. I really believe that everything is a lie when it comes to our history. You know, so.
I think that there are some truths. I think that part of the narrative that they're trying to spin is to completely fuck up like the likes of us, like the actual truth. So they want us to believe that they're like we can't know anything about the past, and I don't think that that is true. I think that we can know some things about the past.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I haven't completely obfuscated history, you know.
I might be stressing the everything way too much.
Well, let me add something. So I just want to add this part since I'm reading census data because you guys really got me interested, and since I work for the census, I have access to this kind of stuff. And so that number I told you, the 700,000 people. So there was 700,000 slaves, and they're saying that was about 20% of the population. But if you carefully read on the census form, because I fill out so many census forms, I help people fill out census forms, I understand how there's different things on census forms. It says on the census form that a slave only counts as 3/5 of a person. So what I'm trying to figure out now, because you really made me think about this, Full Metal, is that 700,000 people. Is that 700,000 people 3/5 of a person? And so if that's the case, is that the proper number, or is the number supposed to be 1.4 million?
I think it was only towards rights, and it wasn't, because you got to remember, you're one person, you're one item of cargo, one unit of cargo.
Well, no, I'm simply going by the I'm simply going by the census asks 6 questions, and only the head of the household got to answer the questions during the census. If you were not the head of the household, you could not answer the questions. So the head of the household, which was the male, was the one who answered the questions for everyone else in the house. And so I'm just really intrigued with the 3/5 because that is.
Look that up. You have to look that up too. But I think it's more, the 3/5 more has to do with law, like as in
Well, no, but I guess my question is, and this is what I need to figure out, is because on the census paper it says a slave is only counted as 3/5. The census doesn't give a shit about laws.
Oh, the census paper. Okay, yeah. You might be right.
And so, if that's the case, then that would make. Let's see. I did the numbers. That would make 1.1. So that would mean there was 1.1 enslaved people.
I was wondering what those numbers you kept on asking about.
And 1.5 free people. So that what that actually states is almost half of the United States population in 1790 was quote unquote an enslaved person. And remember, Native Americans were not counted in the 1790s census. So I'm just really interested in this. I was kind of hoping that Matt would come back, but I guess not.
Slaves were 1/5, you said, or 1/3?
Three. They were counted as 3/5 of a person.
Okay, and wow, there's a lot that has to do with that, because the slave isn't only. There's a lot. It's like when you're talking about the numbers, there's a lot.
Well, and hold on, I should refer to it. The census uses the word enslaved, not slave. Enslaved. So.
Enslaved. That can mean a lot too.
It can be, yeah. And see, words are important because, like I said, even when I have to fill out stuff now for other people, there's lots of. And it's just really intriguing. I mean, the problem is that I do have a bias. I have more of a bias that I fall into your camp, that a lot of the history of America we've been lied to, and it's a lot older than what we're told. But I know that that is a bias of mine, so.
Yeah, Doc, man, it's been a while since we talked, man.
yeah, we'll have to
intrigue each other for real.
Yeah, in the next couple days, you'll have to ring me so we're not on D Live. I've got some stuff I'll tell you as well. So.
God, I need some information, man. I've been going through some hard times, man. I've been okay now, but it's like I've been like away from everything.
I'm sorry.
Hey. That happens, man. You know, I'm better now.
Hey, sorry, I couldn't connect from there.
I wonder if that's Matt's problem, because since it seems like that D Live kicked us all. So.
Yeah, Discord. Yeah, I think Discord broke properly for Discord's flying out there.
Yeah. So.
Hello.
I can hear you now, Mark. Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Discord decided to say no, dude.
It said that to me.
It said it to everybody.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I'm
twice.
Look, this is a sensitive topic. What? Sorry. We lost one. Where'd he go?
Yeah, Matt just never came back when we lost him.
He said, "Fuck you, I'm going to bed."
Well, I wanted to hear his opinion because he's the closest to the Brave New World opinion, and that's so intriguing to me.
The Brave New World,
where everybody belongs to everybody else. There is you have that monogamous relationships are wrong, and I think we are heading into that direction. I see that, you really see it with apps like Tinder, and you really see it with the hookup culture.
Oh, dude, quite a few of my friend couples. It's weird. They were hardcore, like, jealous type couples for years. Now are swingers. Quite a few.
I don't think there's been a progressive evolution of like society getting more and more like degraded, like more and more sexualized in that way. If you, like, what happened was, as soon as we invented the pill, everybody started fucking like rabbits. They were fucking like rabbits crazily throughout the entirety of the 60s until they managed to contract enough diseases that meant that they had to slow it down. And then it's sort of, like, just like the idea that there's this progressive narrative that it's just been getting worse and worse and worse. It isn't true. Come on, tell me that's not right.
I don't know. I can't.
Progressively gotten worse, I'd say, in my time.
I can't say that it progressively is getting worse, but I do think that it's.
I think it's going both ways. Like, some people slow down from it and others get into it, like back and forth.
But like, as a society, like, there was more fucking in the swinging 60s. Just random, just strangers would just fuck more so than they do today.
Totally right, especially during the LSD era, like,
right.
And mushrooms and partying, Garcia, like that whole era was like awakened to like the Aleister Crowleyism and like, let's fucking have fun. And
then like this like the 80s were and the 90s were like more subdued, right?
Yeah, like fuck.
Well, the 80s were not more subdued, no.
Well, there was less random just having sex. People were starting, there was a bit more decorum.
No, that was only because of AIDS.
I would say there were more rock stars and type stuff.
Was it?
Like,
nah, the 80s, there was a lot of people on drugs, and there was a lot, that was like the invention of the key party. So.
What, the 80s?
Yeah, that's when you invented the
and I was gonna
keys.
say,
Yeah.
like, I'm all my older friends, like, because around that time I was like 9, 10, at the end of the 80s, going into the 90s, and like I remember the 80s, like my family were totally party people. I remember riding with my uncles. We're in the back of the truck. They're rolling down country roads, drinking beers, hooting and hollering, fucking bonfires almost every night. It was a party time. 80s were.
Did I lose you guys?
I can hear you, Doc.
I could hear you, but you got really quiet.
I remember, like, the days I miss is when I could be rolling down a country road, see a Pontiac Trans Am for sale for $700, roll up, offer the dude 500, and he would deliver it.
Okay, Matt's back. Great. Cool.
Hey, man. Yeah, Discord threw a major wobbly for everybody.
Yeah. Discord said no.
Yeah, like it did it twice, didn't it? It like
Yeah.
us all, and we all sort of came back, and it was alright, and then it did a bigger one. But
How many kids, teenagers have this option when they're 15, getting ready to get temps, are able to look into the yard driveway and be like, which car do I want to build for my first car? And that was because I had a job for 2 years working at a golf course and a horse barn, and kept saving money. And my dad, we'd be rolling down some country roads, or my stepdad, or my driving, and see a car for sale. I'm like, I want that. And they were always like, okay, you got your own money, you want to buy it, buy it. I think I had 7 cars when I was 15, and I couldn't even, none of them had engines in them, because I'd buy a car off the side of the road that was, like, I had an 81 Trans Am, an 81 Mustang GT, and this Pontiac Sunbird, which is actually the car I fixed first for my first car, while I fixed the Mustang and finished it. Dude, that Pontiac Sunbird, I probably put 350,000 miles on that car. When I finally threw a rod through the side of the engine, it had 490,000 on it. And when I got it from my mom, the car had like 108,000 miles on it. I rebuilt the heads like multiple times on it. I say heads because I had to replace a head and then put another 100,000 miles on it. The head was wore out, and put another head on it.
Did anyone else crash out of Discord?
Yes, everybody crashed out of Discord. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it literally was everyone.
The end of the month, every month, it seems like. I think we should remember the 23rd, because I bet next month on the 23rd we crash it, or the Tuesday or whatever.
I still can't log in on my computer. What the fuck?
Yeah, it took Mark quite a few times.
I just reloaded the app and it reloads.
Oh, there it is.
And it says I'm ready.
We'll have to at some point, guys. If you guys have never seen it, it's a weird it's a weird new app type thing that I've just discovered. It's called High Fidelity. It's a 1D chatting, but it's like Discord, but you don't need to you don't have to download anything. And
Hello? Okay.
yeah, it's like a browser.
Fuck.
And it kind of makes it look like Clue, but you can walk around in your world.
Dude, and that's funny, like, last night when I was laying down going to sleep, I had like a browser/app idea. It'd be little worlds where people can interact in and out of, mobile friendly and PC.
Yeah, you'll have to look. I have it up on D Live right now. I'm walking around in the world since all the Rioter people turned off their cameras.
And an idea that came to my head is adding like little games to the chat world that people could play and play together, like Clue or
Yep, here's cards. You can play cards in this game. I don't know how the card game work, but you can play cards. You can.
Well, and then I thought of like life. Like,
Oh, yeah.
would it be like different people on a map cruising past each other, different cars or something playing the game life?
Well, and I should. My sister and Matt can contest to this. My sister keeps telling me about some silly game that everybody's playing and that I guess is pretty fun. Oh, this is whatever that game you guys are playing.
Among Us.
Yes.
What is it?
Among Us.
Oh, I think I saw a Facebook ad for that.
Yeah, it's popping off right now. It's crazy because it's like a 2-year-old game.
Pushing the mafia world or whatever it is on people.
Yeah, it's like Mafia Light.
Yeah, that's it. Mafia life.
It's like Mafia Light. Mafia has like a bunch of roles. Among Us is just two people. 1 to 3 people are the killers, and you have to try and figure them out.
Another game that came in my head last night. I can't remember. It's been a while. It was a board game. It's on the tip of my brain. I can't remember the name.
A nerdy board game or a mainstream board game?
It's funny you said nerdy board game because like I go to Goodwill like once a week just to see what's in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in there the other day, dude, and they had a huge bucket of logs for $3, and it was like the old school ones. I threw them up on Facebook Marketplace, and they sold for $40, and they sold literally within like 20 minutes.
Yeah, that was a good. That was a good one.
Dude, I love Goodwill.
Oh, me too. And you guys got good ones down there.
Here's another trick: is Salvation.
Uh huh.
That like every day they do like this 2-color thing. One color is $1 an item,
Yep.
and the other is 50% off.
You know that's only kind of an Ohio thing.
All of the thrift stores up here do that. Every single one.
Here's a loophole trick to that to make good money: is go in there and go straight to the coat section and get the leather coats, and then turn around, clean them, and all that. And then you can usually sell them coats for $10 to $20 a coat. And I keep certain coats and cut out the patterns to reuse. I make gun cases for people.
It's a good idea.
So I get the leather material, like Harley grade leather coat that's worn the hell out and looks super awesome in a gun case of
So Matt, do you think that the United States of America is about to break out into a state that could be described as, quote, civil war?
I don't know. I am very uncertain as to. I think that the election this year is going to be the craziest shit show we've ever seen, one way or another. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think. My gut is telling me that it will be fine in the long term. But like.
A lot of people are waking to the media lies, and it's like.
But it's like that comes with its own baggage. There's times where I just feel like maybe everyone does need guided because they're too dumb to even think for themselves.
There's a book called Morals and Dogma, written by a Freemason called Albert Pike, that explains your worldview very well there. You just go up and join the Illuminati and become a Freemason.
No, I mean
that literally is what they think.
Yeah, and I get that angle, but like, there's part of me that wants to side with them because like no one can really handle it. But like that's beside the point.
Their idea though is like manipulating the truth to what their ideology of utopia would be.
Like my inclination is if I were to believe in something like, you know, the Rothschilds controlling everything, like I almost want to just be like, yeah, they probably got it right. That's probably the best way to do it.
See, their thing with that whole bloodline. I mean, like, there were reasons they were banned in 107 countries before Hitler. Corruption.
I guess it just depends on the intent. You know, like, are they trying to just keep it so that everyone doesn't destroy everything? Is that what their goal is? Is that a bad goal? That's what I would assume their goal would be.
I think they're trying to make a one world government and a one world religion.
Right, I agree.
And I don't think that they is Rothschild. Like that's not the way I look at what the New World Order is. The New World Order isn't Rothschild or even a blood. It's certainly not a bloodline. It's certainly not 12 or 13 families to me. If you want to say what the New World Order is, I'd say it would be the Bilderberg Group. I think that the New World Order could literally be classified as the agenda of the Bilderberg Group, like today. And you could trace the people that are powerful in the Bilderberg Group back in lots of different ways, and the suggestion that you can do that in one unified way that leads back through one bloodline or a multitude, it's so mixed up and it just doesn't work like that. It's just lots of very, very rich people now that are the New World Order.
Yeah, so I mean, like, if it is like malintent, then I mean, sure, that sucks. Like, I mean, if it's not,
I don't think
there's
necessarily malintent.
Can I sign up? I feel like I'd be a good member of that cause.
Just walk into the lodge and see if they'll take you, mate. So, I think you guys are right.
I've met one of the banned Rothschild family members before, and he has nothing good to say about it.
But yeah, I mean,
it's family member, like, walked into their whole ideology, like he said, like, in the bloodline, they'll, like, pay a male to marry their daughter outside of the bloodline royal oaths because they learned over years they were making children.
Well, they did experiment with eugenics like 100 and 150 years ago, didn't they? Like 200 years ago, they were intermarrying far too much.
Yeah,
and learned the lesson that they'd.
Well, that's how the Russian dynasty basically fell, because one of the last rulers in the dynasty, where there was so much interbreeding going there, they kept having children with handicap, and they had no choice. But one of their last rulers in the dynasty was so far handicapped that, again, it's crazy. Like, I've watched a bunch of shit on the fall of the Russian dynasty, and it's they even start blaming the Jews.
But I mean,
certain Jewish bloodline.
With like, if America's on the verge of civil war, like, I don't think there's enough people that really care because they're dealing with their own problems. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't think anyone has like a real unified cause on either side.
I agree. There isn't anything to fight about. There isn't actually anything to fight about. Like, people are pissed off, but there isn't another side to fight at. The other side actually is the elite, the New World Order, and since the elite, the New World Order are the guys that are orchestrating, pretending that there's a left-right battle, then that they're not going to reveal that whilst they're trying to create a civil war. So there's never going to be a united enemy to have a civil war about.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know what.
Justin really disagrees with me though. He's like,
I don't think the average person has enough. Like, there are plenty of outspoken extremists out there, but like, I don't think there's enough of them to cause like a real.
See,
everyone in the country being on board, and I do think that in November, I think election night is going to be a fucking nightmare. Like, it is going to be the most controversial election that has ever happened. Like, it's going to make Gore Bush look like such a fucking child's play joke. Because there's going to be, like, contention from the GOP and, like, oh, they're like all of these like mail-in ballots were illicit, and they're all Democrat or mostly Democrat, like overwhelmingly Democrat, and like whether or not I guess if it's enough for like Biden to overturn, because I mean the left people like and say what you will about both extremes, I don't like either extreme. Leftists are at least rational by and large, whereas extreme radical rights are not rational.
But
And,
there's so
like,
many fewer extreme radical rights than there are extreme radical lefts.
I don't
And the
believe that.
radical left guys are just as crazy as the radical right guys, trust me.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they
I
are.
really don't. I really don't.
Yeah, they are. The
I think-
tanky lefties are just as loony as the Nazis. They totally are.
I feel like they're totally a minority, like just so small that like
There are a lot of tankies. There's an awful lot of, lefties that are in favour of guns and think that guns should be used to cause their cause to happen.
let's not confuse like what modern leftist America is with what left policies are. I mean, like we're on a right lean, like a heavy. Like left right now is relatively center, and the right is really far to the right. Like,
Wow, I believe the exact opposite of you.
no, that's not true.
You
That's just
think
how it is.
Oh. Hang on, what did you say then, Matt? You said the right is.
I think the right is very far right, and the left are center-ish.
Yeah, no,
Much-
no. I completely, I'm with Doc. I completely disagree. I think that everything shifted massively to the left. I think that what used to be a centrist
Policy-wise, I don't
position
think so.
is now. I think that what used to be a centrist position is now considered basically, right wing or almost extreme right wing.
On
Twitter,
Twitter,
a normal left wing position is
On
considered
Twitter?
centrist now.
on Twitter, yes. In reality, no. It's the
but
exact
but
opposite.
but Mark doesn't use Twitter, so he'd have no idea what you're talking about.
We have a full-blown. Well, he's listening. Like, I imagine Mark's pulling a bunch of shit from just really outspoken leftists, and like,
So you
My source would be me, that I am a leftist.
mhm.
I've only voted for the left-wing party in my country. I've always only just supported, the Conservatives are the enemy to me. I am the Labour man, but
That's the thing.
but I
That's what
am
I'm-
considered
You're a Labour
right-wing.
man. You're a Labour
I'm
man.
considered
Neither party.
right-wing because my views haven't changed.
Neither
Just
party here.
the world
Yes.
changed, and I didn't. Is what happened.
You're solidifying my stance, and maybe that's the difference of living in the bullshit. We do not have anyone for labor in this country in the government. That is out the fucking window. It's gone. Like, that is so gone. They're all
Well,
elite pieces of shit.
There isn't a Labour Party in this country. There hasn't been since Tony Blair. Tony Blair was definitely New World Order controlled, in my opinion. And before that, politicians weren't, but he was.
but what do you call AOC?
I call her someone who is well-meaning but misguided.
But there's and then there's those other there's
She's not as big a voice as you'd like her to be.
there's Omar there's the Omar lady, and then there's Presley, and then you can go and you can find the crazy leftist mayors everywhere. You don't see that many crazy right mayors. You find all the craziness is on the left side. Most of the people on the right, with a couple few exceptions, most of the people on the right are pretty central.
I wouldn't say that at all. I think that there are. I think there's a lot of. I think there are. I think there are plenty of good Republicans out there. They're just outshined by the hyperbole. But with the left, look at where's Biden? Let's put it this way: where's Biden? Where's Biden fall in that mess? He's the center. He's
Yeah.
the fucking center. Okay.
And where does Kamala fall? She's
in the center.
no.
She's the same established bullshit. She's establishment bullshit. Just
She's
like all of them.
she's establishment bullshit.
She is a panderer called out Biden to believe his Me Too accusers, which are probably valid. They sound legit. I don't distrust them. I trust them more than Biden, let's put it. And then she immediately reneges when she gets a ticket because she fits the candidacy of being a POC and...
Yeah, right there. Look at that. The Democrat...
Don't alarm me, buddy. But I think we're being followed.
Okay, well, I admit that I don't know like your politics at all, but just from what I've seen, I think that Harris looks more right-wing than Trump.
They're all okay. So
in
like,
terms of
so,
their
sure.
core values.
They all yeah. So like Biden is essentially as good as Trump to the left here. Like they did again, they didn't want a Bernie. They do not want someone like Bernie. They want someone to stir the pot.
Trump's not right at all. Trump is left, if anything. What do you mean, he's
Trump's left of Harris. Harris is like a traditional right-wing police person. Sure. Harris is a neocon. Maybe it's because I've grown up in it. Like, I remember being a kid having no concept of what any of this shit was, thinking, Bill Clinton is a Democrat. He's a good guy. Like that's what my dumbass parents believed. But he was a Republican. I mean, like, so like, where do I even like?
I don't even know that. So like, name me a Democrat then.
Almost like it's two wings of one bird.
It's almost like they're the same fucking thing, and I hate them all.
Almost like.
Okay, so who's a Democrat then in your world?
I don't know. Bernie is something that's not what I've been told to be like, and that's who I want. And like, yeah, you can complain about him immediately seceding to the more left person.
What you want someone that doesn't understand how taxes work and will focus on bankrupting their entire state? Like I want Bernie
Sanders. Yeah, I want Bernie Sanders. I want Bernie Sanders to light the dumpster on fire.
See,
that's what I want.
See, you like Bernie Sanders because you spent no time in Vermont. Like, you don't understand, like, the only way he was able to do some of his things is because he taxed the hell out of the average person, and then he offered those programs, and then you talk to the people that had those programs, and they were ripped from them. Because they ran out of money. I mean, like, that's all hunky-dory and nice.
I am all for stirring the fucking pot. Like, I am all for something that is at least seemingly well-intended. Whether or not it works, and maybe there's growing pains, I think that path is a path that needs to go down because it's not what we have.
If it doesn't, if you can't get it to work in Vermont, then you're not going to get it to work too many other places.
I am all for taxing Wall Street the fuck out. I am all for fucking over board members. I'm for all of that, and those are things that Bernie Sanders was building his platform on. Absolutely. Do it right now. I am all for nixing student debt. Get it out of here. If those banks and those companies and whatever sects of the government have, loans that get defaulted on, they lose a bunch of money, I don't care. Fuck it. It's fine. That's fine. I am all for something breaking, and Bernie would make something break. That's why I support Bernie Sanders. And he's been the same guy his entire fucking political career.
No. You need to rephrase that. His only career, because he's only ever been a politician. He has never had another job other than being a politician.
Sure? Is that right?
Yeah.
Bernie?
Yes. Never.
Been a politician.
He has only ever been a politician. Yes.
I'll take him every day. That's the person I want. I want someone like that.
You want a lifetime politician who doesn't actually know how to relate with the own people in his own state, and
I want a lifetime politician that does what he thinks is right.
I don't want lifetime politics.
I don't want a politician that thinks that does what he thinks is right. I want a politician who does what the American people or what the people that elected him ask him to do, not what he wants to do.
The American people are willing to side with Donald Trump on like entirely false grounds, and like it's fucking bizarre to fight for those rights. Like I'm fine if you think Trump. I'm honestly fine if you're like full blown you know, whatever the red or blue pill is, whatever takes you down the rabbit hole. Like, I'm full blown okay. If you are convicted to that shit, fine. You think Trump is a good guy, okay. But there's people who actively fight for policies that he is obviously in favor of that do not work for you. That is like you're getting played, and you're getting and don't get me wrong, people on the left are getting played by Biden because there's the blue guy. He's good old Joe. Like, you're stupid. Like, you're not like. We need something else. This hasn't worked for any of the
Bernie.
populace for a long time.
But Bernie endorsed Hillary when the
Mhm.
entirety of the internet knew what Hillary was.
Was he going
Like,
to do back Trump?
And supposedly Bernie didn't know, and Bernie just
No.
happily stood there and said, "Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Vote for her." Yeah, she was Hillary Clinton.
So
No,
he backed
what?
Hillary to get away from. He can't back Trump. Was he going to back Trump?
He could
What's
back
wrong?
no one.
He
No
could,
one. Yeah.
But I do think that he is well intended. That's what I'm saying. I think he is well intended.
Yeah, I would be well intended too if Hillary was gonna give me a house, was gonna give me another beach house.
Then she immediately shits on him. No, next election. I don't think there's any fucking stake in
You
that fight.
cling to Bernie for a bit if you like, Matt.
Yeah, you can.
You cling to that notion. If that helps you to stay sane as you wake up, you cling to that for a bit if you like, mate. But
There's no
Bernie Sanders,
waking up to
Bernie
be
Sanders
had.
was a shell, and one day you'll agree with me about that.
I don't think I will.
I mean,
No.
everybody that I know that loved Bernie after they researched Bernie and spent time actually spending time looking at what Bernie was, they realized that he was just a sellout. He just took the big paycheck.
Oh my god.
Got a new car and another house.
He got a third house. He got to be out of politics. He got to be the hero of Vermont. You know. He got to do speaking tours. I don't think he ever wanted to be president. I think he just knew the payday.
I bet there was a new book that was released.
Bernie's job was to be there to provide an alternative that seemed attractive, to create a narrative that there's actual real choice and blah 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 blah. He was just another actor on stage to keep the normies thinking that they were electing their leaders.
In
It
our
is
life,
that simple.
in our lifetime, Matt, we've only actually had one real alternative choice, and
Don't
you
even
know,
say pro.
no, it was Perot.
Say pro.
What don't you like? So you might not like him, but he was not establishment.
He was anti-establishment.
Ross Perot, right, explained fractional reserve banking to the American public on like live TV, like in front of millions and millions of people. He just sat there and said it. Like nobody did that again ever after Ross Perot. He just said, look, you know, there's just these people that like, you know, are controlling the banking supply, and they, you know, we sort of need to, you know, interact with that, and you know, this is how money's created, and we need to change this. He just laid it out.
Yeah,
You
and then
know-
He
you know
was
why
real.
Ross Perot didn't get elected.
Because he was threatened by the New World Order, and they said they'd kill him, so he pulled out. Same as with Ron
No,
Paul.
I mean that's true.
He didn't
but
pull
I mean,
out.
You know
They
why
went-
he
he
didn't
went
get
to
elected,
primary. He
right?
went to the general election.
No, Mark, you know why he didn't get elected, right? Because he didn't have good hair.
didn't have good.
Well, yeah.
He
Well,
won the general election,
Obviously.
and Clinton got in with, you know.
Yeah,
whatever.
no. Okay, no. So Matt,
He was spending vast amounts of money. He had the capability to do that, and then he just kind of stopped.
during the middle part of
And
during
then
the
he-
middle part of the campaign, he pulled out because and see, Ross Perot's an important aspect into.
Specifically, what he stopped doing was he stopped talking about fractional reserve banking to millions of people on live TV, and as long as he stopped doing that, they didn't kill him, and then he didn't get elected. You know, that's what happened.
Right.
I mean, and he told exactly what NAFTA was going to do, and he told it in ways that the average person can understand it. If we put in NAFTA, you're going to hear a giant sucking noise of all the jobs leaving America, and people laughed at him, and it's exactly what happened.
Well, shortly after NAFTA hurt a lot of small business owners because
NAFTA's trash. Yeah, I mean, we've been. Yeah, I mean, it's all shit.
The plan for the New World Order now is they will try to bring the UK into NAFTA.
I think they're going to try to. I think they're going to try to bring the UK and the United States. I think that we're going to see some crazy ass talk about how to make them like, partner countries and kind of like how America treats Canada. I think that's what we're going. I think that's what they're going to do.
Yep. Well, the Brits would. Us Brits would have never accepted it had they not done Europe first. But because we've had Europe and the fiasco of Europe, everybody's got this idea in their head now that we need to be part of a bigger sort of cooperative organisation, and everybody's like, oh yeah, no, we'll go in with the Americans. They're not like the French and the Belgians, and the British, like Nigel Farage, right, the guy that organised Brexit and is responsible for Brexit, he'd be up for that. He'd be like, yeah, we'll join with the Americans.
I'll try and find the quote.
How do you feel about Brexit?
I'm telling you, and that was in the book 1984. The UK is part of America.
Yeah.
How do I feel about Brexit? I'm very glad it happened. I don't want a new world order. I don't want a one world government. I see Europe as being a staging post towards getting that for the new world order, and Brexit was a step away from that for them. So that's good for me.
Well, and see, our founders said they never wanted to have allies nor enemies. Like, we were supposed to never enter into any of these other countries' wars.
Well, the last thing I want to do as a Brit is join with America, and I'm sure the last thing the Americans want to do is join with the British. There's absolutely no reason to do that. We should be splitting our countries up as much as possible if we can, not joining them together with other countries.
I don't know. We could use a couple more stars on our flag.
I've always said one world. I've always said, not necessarily a one world government, but like the world courts, like a court system that can try all the world leaders in like a court system to keep them just, could work.
New World Order's not so bad if it's the British and the Americans. It's just us.
No, like I think
maybe we'll let the Australians in.
Could work if it was decentralized.
I don't know, if we let the Australians in, nothing's gonna happen.
Have a family or set bloodlines or bankers running the world. I think it could work in a decentralized world order where each of these countries all vote on things over a year period or however long and help appoint not necessarily leaders but spokespeople, and things are voted on in a sense, like through like a decentralized platform.
What are you going to vote on a world level that you actually need to vote on? Give me a real example of something real that the individual nations need to vote on together, that they can decide something cooperatively that the world can act on. Go on.
We need to suck the CO2 out of Venus.
Trading, travel, farming, because I've always said that.
Trading? So you're saying that there should be one centralized trading policy that's organized and governed by one organization?
That's why I mean that with using decentralized, an area.
Right, I agree.
An area would be like, no, we need this much a barrel of oil, and the other areas like, well, we need this much for grain. And they work together to come up with a fair agreement, and then they're like, well, who pays the shipping and how is it going to be shipped and that kind of stuff.
I'm honestly tired of the red and blue areas of the country having equal say in what the leader is.
Because if we look at like farming nowadays, a lot of these farmers all across the world sell to pretty much a centralized banking in the end result. They're selling to centralized people, and it hits the world market. This is what it's going to be worth at a price, but the farmer sold it for half or even a third of that just because he was trying to make money and the buyer wants to triple his money. So the buyer and the corporations in the end are the one that's tripling off the farmers when he did all the work. And that's where I think it could be decentralized, in these farmers in regions like Doc and those guys would be like, well, it cost me this much this year to get this crop, and it's at least worth this much to me and this and that, and the buyers are out there like, well, it's worth this much to us, and then the market value, it's like, well, the farmers could start selling it to the market value instead of just a buyer.
We're talking about decentralized all the time, which I agree about, obviously. But interesting fact that I happened to see today, which I think I'm quoting correctly, which is that I think it was like 83% of Americans that are employed are working in a company with less than 20 employees in that company. So like the narrative that actually like everybody works for like a big multinational conglomerate and they're all like controlled by this like central thing isn't really true actually for most people.
I would agree to a point, but there's like farms here around me, and like especially like the egg farms where it's slowly, especially after the last like outbreak and how that one egg farm was bad, like you would be right. Like I've seen the price of like the big egg farm companies come way down, and then the smaller egg companies have gone up because more and more people, even myself, if I'm driving down the road and I see someone has eggs for sale, $3 a dozen, I stop and get them because it helps support that family that's doing the eggs and that kind of stuff, as opposed to getting it for $1.50 at the market. And like I would say you're right. Like there's more and more like egg companies and small companies starting to come up with less than 20 employees.
Sure. I honestly am kind of like in the camp, like every single dense area in this country votes blue, and every single rural area in this country votes red. And like, I almost feel like there should be two sets of leadership, because someone doesn't. There's obviously a divide as to what they think their leadership should be like.
I think the things Trump's trying to push through is not only like Secretary of State's now going to be like elected and stuff, like, or like in situations voted on Senate, but I think he's trying to push more through on this next round of election or next run of presidency that he wants to bring in, where like we the people get to vote on policies.
That's something I was just about to bring up.
I also think it's absolute fucking bullshit how they're pushing for a Supreme Court justice right now.
Why? It's his duty. It's his right.
No, it's his duty. It's his duty to push a fucking biased third goddamn Supreme Court justice.
I think as Doc said to me earlier, it's Trump's duty to troll Obama by appointing a judge, because clearly that seat was it the seat that Obama the seat that Trump is appointing was clearly intended for Obama. The plan was that Obama was going to leave it for Hillary, and then Hillary was going to give it to Obama, and now Obama's not getting it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can say what you will, but it's biased as fuck, and it's a biased Supreme Court.
No, Matt. This is the Democrats are who fuck this up. Okay, Harry Reid wanted Obama to make sure he could do that, so he changed it from a majority to a super minority, and McConnell told him, if we pass this, it's going to fuck you in the long run. And it's exactly what it did. The Democrats changed the rules so Trump could pass, so Trump could make this happen. That's what people don't realize. That's why you don't change the rules. If the Democrats wouldn't have changed the rules for Obama, Trump wouldn't have been able to do this. But they changed the rules for Obama, and it's biting them in the ass. So what would you expect them to do? Of course they need to fill it, because they need to prove...
I don't care about their fucking party dynamics. It's biased.
No, it's not biased. It's following the rules of what was of the rules that are written.
Yeah, I know. I just don't care. Like, that's the problem, is I don't care. It's bullshit.
I've got a question, right? Englishman here. I don't know anything about American politics, right? What's the difference between Biden's politics and Trump's politics? Like, I know the basics. Don't tell me about immigration.
No one cares.
Immigration, other than immigration, what actual differences are there?
I am going to vote for Biden out of extreme reluctance, solely because his platform says that he wants to fuck up privatized prisons. That is the sole issue I am voting for Biden over. That's the only thing I'm voting for Biden on.
So Biden's got that one attractive policy.
Government control over the prison system. More control. Now, a lot of privatized prisons are all in it to just make money, which leads to some pretty corrupt cops and getting pretty nice fat fucking watches.
So government, like federal level prisoners, won't be going to any private prisons. And
federal prisons, though,
but
some of the worst.
Okay,
prisons.
but we just
ideologically, what's the difference between Trump and Biden? Ideologically, what is it? Like they seem to be the same, right?
Wait a minute,
guys, wait a minute. Let me explain something though, because federal prisons are some of literally the worst prisons. Government prisons literally are some of the worst. That's where privatized prisons, and especially here in Marion, Ohio, which used to be government-ran prisons, were some of the worst, and most murder rate inside the prison is now one of the, not, I wouldn't say the safest, but it's came a long way over the past like 7 years.
Don't care.
See, my biggest issue is if you have that belief, then you can't actually vote, Matt, because his running mate, or the Harris administration, as it's referred to as now by herself, has the exact opposite view of Biden when it comes to that. She likes private prisons.
Again, I'm all for third party, but it's at one way or another, I that's at least something I can attach to, and I don't care what her policy is. Biden's going to live through his
help over the
No, he's not. Well, first off, he's not going to get elected because there's not going to be a chance. But
there's not enough supporters.
But even if he has already admitted. He's already admitted in interviews that he would step to the side if he didn't feel like he was capable of being president. Well, you can't, like...
Why are you running?
Yeah.
It's farce. I don't even care anymore.
I mean, I'm doing something I'm going to be doing something this election that I've never done before, is I'm not going to vote. And I've voted third party for every election up to this one, and I'm not voting in this election.
Which is also not voting. I mean,
no, it is no, that's bullshit. That's the brainwashing that they want you to believe, because all they need is a 5% to get federal funding. 5%. And guess what? Because they brainwash everybody into thinking that just because if they don't win, it's wasting a vote. No, that 5% is enough weight.
Who's the 5% candidate then? Who's the 5%?
No, there isn't one now, because the third party was decimated. The third party was decimated last election when you had a bunch of stuff going on. You know, you had Jill Stein with the Green Party, but she wasn't extreme enough for the Greenies, and you had
it's not she's not extreme enough. It's not she's not extreme enough for American society, because that's what they are.
No, she wasn't. She wasn't extreme enough for the Greenies. The Green Party wanted to be more radicalized instead of being common sense based.
All of them want to be radicalized. If they're not radicalized, they will get nowhere. Doesn't matter what party you are. If you're not radicalized, you're going nowhere. Unless you're established, like the Republicans and Democrats.
If going back to what you were talking about, when you were talking about having multiple, the different districts, what I think would make a lot of sense with how diverse the country is now is we separate it into the districts. We already have plenty of ways to separate districts. You know, the census does districts, FEMA does districts, everybody does districts. We already have ways to separate districts. So you have each district elect a leader, and then we have a round table, and those round table are our leaderships. And maybe if one person has a strong public speaking or something like that, we run this more, and you're not going to like this word, but we run this more like a boardroom.
No.
Yeah.
I would much rather, I would much rather have a constant debate as to what should happen throughout the course of 4 years than what we have, because we have obviously two sects of people in this country.
So Mock, why don't you like that idea? Then each district gets fair representation.
Well, like, I don't like the way you like put it out with like the FEMA. Now see, like,
I was just separating the districts.
I'm big into the Ubuntu movement, so like I believe a lot with it. And
Yeah, I'm not talking about
similar, but it's more.
You can't Ubuntu. Our country's too big to do Ubuntu.
Well, yes and no. It would cause too much communal living, which in the end
You can't do communal living in inner cities. It's just not possible. They're not designed for communal livings. Yeah.
People can't get along.
People, you were not meant to see 1,000 people in a day. It's just not.
But where I see it is like being able to create more of like a job-based system inside cities and towns that help create an income to it. And
well, see, the thing is, the reason I was going into creating the presidential board is because you need all that we need the electoral college. It's vitally important for the survival of America.
I think in a way it needs to expand.
What?
Rhode Island, West Virginia, Wyoming would never get anything if we didn't have a So wait, Matt.
If we didn't have an electoral college, you'd never see another red president again.
No, so what you're saying? No, if we didn't have electoral college, here's what would happen. A president would go to California and say, you know what? We're gonna siphon the water from the Great Lakes and we're gonna give it to California, and he's gonna win LA, and he's gonna win the election every single time, and the rest of the country's gonna go, well, nothing we're gonna be able to do about this. He won LA again.
Well, then you need to re-gerrymander these lines because it's total bullshit.
You can't re-gerrymander. You can't re-gerrymander when more people live in a building than live in 100.
Give me a leader that dictates what happens in the cities versus the fucking podunk bullshit. Because I don't fucking care anymore. I don't care.
Have you read Das Kapital map? It might be right up your alley.
Maybe I don't know what that is.
Here, let me put it this way.
It's by Karl Marx.
Let me put it this way. More people live in Columbus than there is in the whole state of Kentucky.
Yeah, so fuck Kentucky. That's where I'm at. Perfect. Got it. I've been to Kentucky. It sucks. Fuck it.
Trash. I had a KFC in Kentucky and it was pretty good.
You say I've been to KFC? Fuck.
In Kentucky, man. Yeah. I mean, I've got a KFC on the floor in my bedroom, from one I had earlier, but it didn't taste as nice as the one that I had in Kentucky. Sampling the local cuisine, mate.
I've never had.
Do when you're abroad, isn't it?
I've never had. I will say I've never had a KFC in Kentucky, so at least Mark's got something above me. He's eaten at KFC in Kentucky, so.
I've been to several Kentucky grocery stores. Seen some local flavors.
You can't find a grocery store in Kentucky. What are you
talking
about?
Sure can. They got Kroger's.
I'm just being funny because there's like forever in between.
Isn't Cincinnati really just in Kentucky?
I had a big black guy with
me. Bowling Green.
Fucking size.
Bowling Green. You guys know where that is? Bowling Green in Kentucky. That's where I had my KFC.
There's a Bowling
place-
Green, Ohio as well.
Leo.
I can recommend it. 3 different flavors. See, we're not used to it, but here we've usually just got the one. But like, it was like crispy, regular, and spicy.
I think we've got more than 3 flavors now.
If your fried chicken wasn't made by black people and isn't served with collard greens, it's trash.
Wait, what?
Like,
They're black
legitimate.
enough. They're black enough.
They're
you know,
black.
they're Pakistani maybe, but they're not white, so
No.
don't worry, it's fine.
full-blown American black with collard greens, with chicken parts in the collard greens. It's not real fried chicken.
No, I think that like, authentically it needs to be served by Mexicans if it's served in America.
Nah,
What? Mexican food?
No, KFC.
Oh.
nah.
No.
No, KFC's not. That's not good fried chicken. KFC's bullshit.
No, Mexicans don't eat
Depends Where
chicken.
you go, like, cause I've had KFC like down south Ohio, and like they make better KFC chicken than the one like in the middle of Columbus.
I will
No,
take
no.
Louisiana fried
Seems like
chicken
the taste is good.
every day.
It's
Oh.
true, virtually. Just like your regular fried chicken from your local place is always superior.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
don't
gotta
know.
be. You have to get if you get fried chicken without collard greens, it's fucked up. Like, there's
It
something
depends on
wrong with
it. See, it all depends on how much MSG they sprinkle on it. So
No MSG. No MSG.
I don't think they put MSG in KFC recipe.
yes, they do.
I'm sure there's
Yes.
a sprinkle. Makes
Yeah.
makes that umami hit.
I've never really believed it when they say that the Big Mac is 100% beef, though. Like how they
not.
manage to do
McDonald's
that.
McDonald's burgies are definitely not 100% beef.
Oh no, they are.
Well,
They are
they're
100% beef.
They're taking
Look it
some
up.
questionable
Look
parts.
it up.
They're looking
When
taking
look it
some-
up, they're 100%
what
beef.
they're qualifying as beef. Maybe they have like there's a ton
I
of
agree.
grain in the there's a ton
I
of grain in the
agree.
cow's stomach, and they take that out and put it into the burger.
I agree.
Undigested.
This is why I raised the issue, because it's clearly, you know, but McDonald's claim it's 100% beef, you know, in all of their burgers, I believe.
Right, but it had soy filler.
They feed the cows
No.
the soy. So where do you stop calling it beef? Maybe if the soy is in the cow's stomach, they pull it out. Put it
No,
in the
no.
patty.
Okay, no. See, you.
My understanding is you can call it beef if it's cow.
Yeah, right. They
Yeah.
used 100% beef, but they used soy filler.
No. So this is no. Actually,
there's no soy filler.
no. There is no. There is actually no filler. No, McDonald's actually doesn't have any filler, but McDonald's does. Well, you're right. Not anymore. McDonald's does use a lot of parts.
Well, they're not throwing in like bone, but they'll like bust
Cartilage.
bone open to get the marrow.
Yeah, the
They
cartilage.
came a
Morrow
long-
would make it good. It would be rich.
Yeah,
It's
they
not rich.
came a long way compared to back when I was a teenager and working for them and reading the side of the box of what was in them and before the age of internet.
Well,
but
you know the new CEO. Since I think he came over from Chipotle. He likes the idea. He said he gave some crazy idea like by like 2025 he wants to have all of the beef locally sourced at every McDonald's.
well, here's the thing: is McDonald's just came a long way in their farming because they grew so fast back in the day that they hit a point where like we're starting to have like our own beef shortage and outsourcing cattle, and then they're like well, we got to use a filler, and then people get sick and they got tired of lawsuits, so they're like let's go back more towards the natural way of things.
Well,
Our prices are going to go up, but
in 1970, so in the 1970s, one of the guests here, he was the district manager. He was the manager of all of the McDonald's in Ohio in like 1972 or 73, and he said that part of his job was to find, because it was still too expensive to ship meat, and at that time they didn't use freezer meat. He said that they had to find local farmers and all over the place. So he had to find farmers within an hour of each of the places, or a butcher within an hour of each of the places, so that they could get their meat and such from that. And I said, when did that change? He goes, oh, in the 80s. He goes, then in the 80s.
Yeah, I know. Like, I remember I had my anthropology teacher in college would bring up all the time, like, no one in this room has ever had a real McDonald's meal.
Yeah.
Like, they used to cook their fries in beef tallow,
Mhm.
and meat was like, actual meat.
Well,
They
if
were-
you want to talk about the real McDonald's, that is of course a Scottish burger company. I think it's like in Aberdeen. There's a guy called McDonald's that sells burgers, that was selling burgers before McDonald's existed. And McDonald's recently, successful, about 10 years ago, sued his ass off for selling, because he was continuing to sell McDonald's burgers. But he actually started it. McDonald in Scotland.
Interesting.
Well, the McDonald's company here, like the whole logo and all that, is in reference to the Scottish clan surnames and settlers, the McDonald's. That's what
I
they
can't
do.
vouch.
The
I
gold
can't vouch
is-
for any of this information. Yeah, but how many Travis Scott burgers did they eat?
Huh?
How many Travis Scott burgers did they eat?
Well, why did they put a Thousand Island dressing on a burger?
Yeah, the Travis Scott
would put barbecue sauce
Hanging
on it.
out in frickin' Cincinnati too long.
The Travis
People
Scott
putting
burgers-
tartar sauce on a
that's
burger.
that's still like, I still don't understand why Travis Scott is able to get all these crazy, like,
He's married to a billionaire.
I guess. 'Cause he's not even any good.
I give him more credit than a lot of pop artists.
What's that? That doesn't,
That's as much that's a glowing endorsement I will give Travis Scott. He's fine. I can hear Travis Scott and be like, all right, whatever. It's not like it's relatively innocuous to like listenable.
I don't know. I have my probably who I think's probably one of the most talented artists right now. That he's only YouTube famous. So
Who's that?
Tom McDonald.
Oh yeah, he's a great rapper.
Mhm.
He makes a lot of people who don't like rap.
I think he's just a good artist in general. Like he's just
Yeah. And he's
Oh,
comical.
that guy.
and he's funny. He's skilled, and the simple fact is, I love the fact that it's just him and his girlfriend.
Yeah, literally.
Like that's hilarious to me. That
Well, and the same with like Upchurch. Like
yeah.
it's just him and his friends.
But Tom McDonald at least drops I like his truth bombs that he sneaks into a lot of his songs.
Yeah, dude, all his songs.
Why am I searching Bing?
I love Bing.
Excuse me?
Do you own an Xbox?
I have every console.
Huh?
I have every console.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
If you use Bing search engine, you get points worked up, and then I trade them for Xbox Live cards.
Oh, did you guys see that you can now play Xbox Live on your phone for free? Xbox Live games.
On Windows phones.
No, on every phone.
What, xCloud?
Something like that, yeah.
That's cool. I mean, they're going multi-platform. You probably got to pay for the app.
No, nope.
It's part of Game Pass.
Nice.
No, it's
See, I
no
have
that
the Ultimate Game Pass.
I
Or
think
if you own the game digitally, you
yeah,
use it
if
as
you
well.
if
But
you
if
own
you
the
have Game Pass, you can play the Game Pass games on it.
yeah. And then Mark,
I
weren't you
have
saying something like
Ultimate.
weren't you saying something like you got a free with Discord or something? You got free Xbox games or something?
Yeah, the Xbox Gaming Pass or something. I think it means that you get all the games on Xbox for like access to all the games for a short period of time.
Well, it's like a Netflix sort of deal.
Yeah,
Right,
okay.
Nice.
So you can use them, but you haven't got them. Like
Yeah, you don't own them, but you can play any of them.
yeah. That's
Well,
that's
I
just for
try
the
to do-
Nitro thing that I've signed up for.
Yeah.
What I try to do is every month hit the free game thing and then add it into my library or whatever.
Yep, I do that on PlayStation.
And then I own a fuck ton of games. I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many, but all I gotta do is just download them.
Oh, hey, which is it? Which is it that you have all the assets for?
Unreal Engine 4.
Okay.
Did you guys pre-order your PS5s and Xbox Series X's?
No.
I've got 2 Xbox Series X's pre-ordered and 1 PS5. I'll probably cancel one of the Xboxes if it doesn't double up.
They're not cheap, are they? They're pretty.
500 a
Jack would-
pop.
500 a pop.
But if they,
that's more than a good computer.
nah, good computers.
Maybe
my
not, yeah.
my baseline without video cards like $900 right now, 900 bucks.
Yeah.
And then the 3080s, are $700 MSRP, but the botters and the fucking coin farmers have ruined that market. So like 3080s are probably gonna be like over $1,000 for a long time.
It's hard to say.
I should have snagged. People were liquidating their 2080 Ti's like a few days before the 3080s were coming out for like $500. I should have grabbed one.
Yeah, the miners are snagging them up left and right because people are selling them cheap to get some money for their new cards. And
There's apparently like a whole like civil war going on with like scalper bots.
Oh man, there's a bunch of freaking people on eBay listing them for like.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at. Like back last gen of consoles, I bought a PS4 and a Xbox One. Like I pre-ordered those and I doubled up on both of them. I got like $1,000 plus for the Xbox, $800 for the PS4. If I can't do that with the Xbox, well, if it doesn't double up, I'm just gonna Xbox.
Fuck my neck.
Okay, guys. Well, I think since we're getting slowed down, I think I'll end the show now. So we can still talk for a few minutes, but I'm gonna end the show now. Anyways, thanks everybody for watching. Remember, guys, if you like The Farm and you want to watch the 24/7 of The Farm, it is now on Mavis Pharmacy, and the X Dr. Firefly is now just exclusively for my shows. So if you see the little notification pop up, know that it's either a show like this one we watched tonight, or like we did earlier today where we went for a walk, or we might be learning a little bit about bees or other things of that sort. So anyways, guys, yep, Mavis Pharmacy for the 24/7 of The Farm, and here X Dr. Firefly for our fun roundtable and other cool stuff. Anyways, guys, have a wonderful rest of the evening. Till tomorrow.